Remembering. Ready.
It's on the phone.
See, like we just came back on.
Oh, gotcha.
Hi, and welcome to Thursday premiere night at All In Pickleball Gym. I'm Alan True, and Tori is not here tonight, so I'm joined by Jenna Timmer. Jenna, thanks for joining us tonight.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Jenna's played at a high level. She coaches, so looking forward to your insights. And we're throwing you in the deep end tonight. It is the men's, and we have 16 teams, so a lot of players to go over. But I know you've shared the court with a lot of them, so what are you looking forward to tonight?
I am just looking forward to seeing the competition, especially from this angle, too. I love being able to analyze and kind of just watch the game unfold, watch the different styles of play.
Yeah, and as you mentioned when we were looking at the bracket, there's some players that you didn't recognize, a couple players that I haven't seen play before, a couple players that I have played with before that are somewhat newer to this level that are going to look to maybe try to pull an upset tonight. And with 16 teams, you never know what can happen. So we're going to run 2 first rounds because we can't get them all out there at once. So we're going to have a first round part 1, a first round part 2, and we're going to play through it tonight for the prize of $800 and a spot in the Thursday premiere night finals. And looking at this bracket, there's a good number of players in this who have played in pro events. So a lot of talent on the court tonight. Couple of teams, like we said, that are looking to make a couple upsets, a couple players from the Lakeshore as well. So you are very well represented with players that you know. So that's the order of play coming up. If you stay on this main stream, Jenna and I will take you through. We'll have the 4-way split screen. If you want to watch any of these courts specifically, they also have individual streams coming up. So we're going to start here on Championship Court, where we have a couple, or one of those Lakeshore players that you know very well. Andrew Chrisman, your sometimes partner in mixed. He's playing with Brian LeClaire, and they're going to take on Cody Royal and Kyle Worthy, 2 guys who have played a lot of high-level pickleball and have played in a couple of premiere nights as well. And you see their dupers on the screen there. So first, Andrew, he put down on his questionnaire that his favorite shot is setting up his partner. I don't want to question anybody's answers, but right off the bat, I got to say, I think he likes to hit winners, don't you?
He does love to hit the winner, too. He does. I will give him credit, though. When he does set up his partner, I've been the recipient of that. Sometimes he's so good at creating offense that sometimes I also get to put the ball away.
True.
And then his favorite thing is that's sweet.
Yeah, so
That's
maybe
what
it
he
is
does.
his favorite thing. I have things that are my favorite that I don't do all the time, too, on the court, so maybe
Yeah.
that's the case. So we'll look to see him set up Brian, another player who really has a lot of power, can do a little bit of everything on the court. And then Cody, he's got the lowest duper on the court. I would not let that fool you. He's somewhat newer to playing tournaments and such. I think that duper is going to rise. And then Kyle, I think one of the more established men's players in the state. Big serve. A lot of power. You've played against Kyle, I
I
assume?
have quite a few times, yes.
Yeah, so what's the book on Kyle?
I think you're right. Big serve. I think he really loves to drive, or at least that's my impression of him. But I think he's also great at slowing the game down when they need to slow the game down as well.
Yeah, a lot of these players now. Obviously, you have to be able to do a little bit of everything. So when we say they like to drive the ball, obviously, I think these guys wouldn't get here if they couldn't do more than just that. So.
For sure.
Welcome to our viewers on Selkirk TV as well. We promise there will be players on the court eventually that use Selkirks, but these guys are not wasting any time. We got 16 teams. We got to get right to it. And
there's the volleyball overhead. I'm pretty sure that one was in.
Yep. We looked around, and classic Andrew setting up his partner right there. Okay. That's going to be the joke all night. And so when he watches this back,
Sorry,
we love you, Drew. We're just messing with you. And that's part of his game. We're going to see. I think we're going to see a lot of third shot drives in this match. I would guess.
So too.
Yeah. And he is. What is he playing with there? Does he have a?
Andrew, he has a new paddle every week. I swear.
That's why I had to ask, and I don't immediately recognize that one. We'll figure it out here. Andrew he's Hudsonville technically, right? I call him Lakeshore, but he's in the community, but he's Hudsonville.
Hudsonville. So, yeah, I would say Lakeshore-ish community.
Lakeshore-ish. Brian LeClaire from Grand Rapids, and then Cody, I think, is down from near the Battle Creek, Kalamazoo area, and Kyle, other side of the state. I want to say Brighton is where he's at. Yep. So 1-0 start for Roy and Worthy, the 10 seed. A somewhat deceiving 10 seed, I'd say, probably because Cody's duper doesn't quite, I think, reflect his talent level yet. So they were seeded loosely, I think, by duper. I don't think it's entirely by duper. As I said, probably going to see some third shot drives. That's a pretty good one right there.
That was a pretty good one. Yeah. Maybe going out, but it's so hard to get away from those as they're coming at you so fast.
Yep, and especially these guys who have these. I think Cody played tennis. You have these tennis strokes with a lot of top spin. It's hard to know if that's going to drop in on the back line. That one does not, though, so they let that ATP attempt to go. And LeClaire and Chrisman now take back over, down 0-3.
Just out.
Not no net love there. Okay, we're gonna now check out court 2 has started as well. That is the brother duo of Ben Magsick and Bailey Magsick. They're taking on Caden Young and Nate Seaman. That's how I'm gonna pronounce it tonight. Caden, another kind of Lakeshore-ish guy, right?
Yeah, he just I would say in the last year or so, if my memory serves me correctly, moved up from Arizona and has moved to Allendale. So.
And played in some Lakeshore groups. I think I played in the Zealand group with him last winter. Really good young player. Has a combat sport background, I believe.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
He put boxing on his questionnaire. Someone else told me he may have done a little UFC as well, onto a much, I was going to say a much calmer game, but then I watched Ben Johns try to take off Kwong's head last week. So maybe this is a combat sport as well. And Nate,
I see he's wearing shoes today as well.
That helps. Nate's 4.77, but he played in one pro draw and won the points draw at BCO a couple years ago. Local staple, and he's got that. Nate can hit with a lot of power, and so I'm interested to see how he hangs tonight. I think he's going to do well. Ben and Bailey, both baseball players. I think also kind of newer to pickleball. see these people just walk in and start playing 5-0 plus, happening more and more.
And a lot of it is that tennis background, which is so nice. I wish I would have had a little bit of tennis, but I keep saying I want to take a tennis lesson just so I can learn some driving.
Some strokes? Yeah.
Little miss serve there.
I think the thing from tennis, too, is there's so much muscle memory there. I mean, a lot of our practices where you're on a ball machine, you're hitting a lot of balls. You don't play matches out in practice a ton. It's a lot of actual practice. And especially if you played even higher level tennis. I just was a pretty average high school player. If you played high level tennis, you're doing a lot of drilling, a lot of time on court, a lot of reading balls, a lot of running the balls. And yeah, that muscle memory doesn't go away. Or if you played baseball like these guys, and you cracked a lot of balls that way too. So this will be an interesting match, I think. We are also going to be now live on court 3. We're going to go over there. Nick Romano, who has done really well and won a couple of these TPNs. He's playing with Chris Walker, who I think you said you played against Chris recently, right?
I did, well, maybe last year.
Okay.
Out in Brighton, there was a little mixed thing, and I played against him. The guy was just a beast. He was on fire with his drives. So
yeah, and really good hands. Not a guy that you can succeed going right at a lot of time, I don't think. On the other side, we have Marius Mitrofan and Chris Angulo. I heard you talking to Marius before. You guys know each other well, and he's coached some camps with Tyson McGuffin, I believe, that you participated in.
Yes, I was at a Tyson camp a couple Octobers ago, and Marius was there, and just added him on Facebook and just kind of been casually keeping up with, his pickleball career. And so
yeah, and I'm sure he would want us to mention he's the oldest player in the draw, so hanging with these young guys tonight. He's played in, I think he's played in at least one of these. He might have played in the mixed event. He also played in the Moneyball. That was really kind of the first iteration of this. So very, very accomplished player. Going to get you to court 5. That's the last court that's going, and then we'll split screen and kind of get you to the courts that are close to game points or match points. This is the 2 seed. Sam Trent and Jaron Faltinowski. Don't need a ton of introduction on them. They both have matching dupers. So that's cute, right?
No kidding. They do.
Sam, very fast, good singles player, athletic, good drive. Jaron, you know Jaron very well. He's true Lakeshore. He's almost right on the lake. So what can you tell us about Jaron's game?
Jaron can do pretty much anything. He's got all the shots. I love his forehand roll and his backhand roll. He's got one of the best.
We do talk a lot about his backhand roll on this broadcast, but he does have a very good forehand roll as well. But yeah, he's performed very well in several of these, both in mixed and men's. And they're going against some upstarts, Jack Bellinger and Steve Zanders, both pretty new to, I would say, this level of play, but have been working their way up. You see Jack's duper at a 5:04. I know he's been working really hard at it, getting up and coming out here at 6 a.m. for drill sessions.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and Steve, I think, as of last summer, was playing, I want to say 4-0 in mixed and men's, and has quickly moved his way up and played, playing very well. So these are the teams that make it interesting tonight. They're kind of wild cards. I don't know if Sam and Jaron have played either of them before, so you get some of that having to. We saw that in some of the men's draws last year, where some of the newer teams came in and gave the higher seeded teams problems just from not being familiar with their games, and these guys can all hit shots. So this will be an interesting match, and I think Jack and Steve, Bellinger and Sanders, very excited to have the opportunity to play at this level. So we're gonna, I think, get back to the all-in volley zone and be able to watch all the matches at once. Once again, if you want to watch any of these individual streams, they are available. But you lose out on Jenna and I. So we are tight on court 3 and then also on center court, where I think when we left, Claire and Chrisman were down 3-0. They've now taken the lead 5-4.
That one just sails a little bit long.
We saw that big Kyle-worthy serve we were talking about earlier. It looks like he's switching up paddles, too. I think he was playing with the white version of the Black Ace.
Yes,
last
which is
time.
now, is that one banned?
Oh, I didn't read the whole band list. As soon as I saw my paddle wasn't on there, I stopped looking. So,
I think there were some Pro Connects on there as well. I
okay.
thought the Black Ace was on there.
I mean, if your paddle gets banned, what better one to go to than a Yola? Come on, Kyle. Just kidding. That was for our viewers on Selkirk TV. 6-5, Leclerc and Chrisman up. And as we thought, plenty of firepower in this match. Although they're trying to show us they have some soft game too. Really nice shots there by Drew, working his way up to the kitchen line there. Have you seen that develop a lot with him? I mean, he was, when he first started, pretty bangery, and I think his soft game has come a long way.
For sure. I know that he's working on a couple things with his dink, adding some more spin and some more power to, especially on some of those backhand roll type dink shots.
Yeah, he needed more power for sure. Some good hands there. Can't quite get the second one as Cody Roy was on the attack, and Roy Unworthy now take the serve back, down 5-7. It's game one. Kind of evenly played around on all our matches here. So we got 4-4, court 2, 5-7. 11 seed hanging in there.
They came on court 2. They have had a little bit of a run there. I think it was just 7-3.
Yeah, a couple of points here from Young and Seaman.
A minute ago, it seemed like they were just catching them on the unwinding the stack.
A little bit of that there too. So 6-7. You know, I don't know that Caden and Nate, our 11 seed, have played together much before.
I think they do in rec play.
Definitely not in a tournament.
Tournament setting, yeah.
But I can see where this might be a duo that can give people some problems, because I think Nate can get pretty aggressive. And I think when he's got an athletic player that can get some balls back, like Caden, and Caden can instigate a little bit too.
Mm-hmm. He's got fast hands, so he's really good at if somebody else, like if his partner speeds up, he's going to be there to put it away.
And I think Nate will be very willing to play that game. So I could see them giving people some problems tonight. They already kind of are here. And our 15 seed hanging in there so far.
I love that.
That's the fun part of this. Last year, I want to say, in men's, the bottom seed even won the first game against the 1 seed and then came back and lost. It was actually two Lakeshore guys, Tony Karsten and, oh gosh, Steve.
Yeah, Rujink.
Yeah, Steve Rujink. Yeah, they won the first game against the 1 seed last year. I can't remember who it was, and then the 1 seed turned around, and it was, they were playing Jace Landier.
Yep.
And
was it DeWeird?
yes.
Yes.
Yes, Jordan.
Yes.
That's what it was. Yeah, they won the first game and then ended up losing the match, but it took the 1 seed a little bit of time to adjust to the style. Tony and Steve play kind of a different style.
They do.
And it took them a minute. And so I think that's what you're seeing on some of these courts here. We have very evenly played first games. I think for the 15 seed too, it's good to get off to a pretty good start, have it be even a little bit, because I think it takes, when you first play these players that you've heard about, maybe you've watched a TPN and it's the first time you're on court with a Jaren, it's easy to let the nerves get the best of you, right?
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And now they've settled in a little bit, and they're like, okay.
Yeah. When I play people like that, I kind of just have to put blinders on, and it's like, you are just a statue. I don't know you. I don't know who you are as much as possible.
Well, that's what Steve Zanders did there. He went ATP, followed it up with a couple of good shots at Jaren's feet, and they're 3-5, 15 seed, making it interesting.
Also on court 3, it looks like that match so far is pretty tight with our 3 seed and 14 seed.
So Chris Angulo, Marius's partner, he's probably the player we know the least about playing right now.
Yes, Marius, before we started, said he's a director at a local club over there, and he can drive hard and he can serve quite hard. So I think that will be a good whenever somebody has a hard serve, usually triggers a shorter return, and if you can drive and follow that up with a drive, that's a pretty powerful combo.
Well, there it was. He ripped a two-y and followed it up with an overhead. And so as you were speaking, congratulations on your first big broadcaster win where you say something and they
And
do
it
it
comes
for
to
you. Yeah,
life.
yeah, yeah. And then he
Just
ripped one
fine.
out, so now that's your broadcaster jinx. You got them both
Exactly.
out of the way.
Yep.
Yep. And Marius, I think, is he's got some power too, but he's a little bit more of your traditional pickleball player, right? It's probably a good combo.
Yes, I think so. He plays on Senior Pro Tour, correct?
He has a little bit, yep. And they finished game one on center court too while we were talking. So after some back and forth, Roy and Worthy went on a big run to close that one out. 11-7. Kyle went for the shorter serve. Yeah, the angle serve. I guess if you have a serve that makes people stand so far back to return it, it's not a bad play.
Is that ball in? Did we see?
Initially called out, and then they conferred, the players did, and called it good. Our referee, Ray Zamora, didn't offer
Good leave.
yeah, got out of the way of that one. But yeah, our ref on court agreed with the call. So, and then they won the next point. That's where people would say that the ball doesn't lie. But I'm here to remind you that there's no statistical basis in that. As a math nerd, I have to say that means nothing.
Well, everybody likes to say it.
They do
Ball
like to say it.
don't
Yep, must have been in. Like, well,
I
no.
am also guilty of that
Like,
sometimes.
I am too, but then I think about it. I'm like, no, that actually doesn't mean anything. Really good defense there, and then not
Just
quite.
gonna
But
say such good resets.
and Leclerc and Chrisman, they just keep swinging. I think at some point maybe they just decide to do that. Let's that overhead just out. So when you're teaching,
Yes.
Drew just tried to lob there. What's your, well, do you even teach your players to lob, or what's your kind of rule of thumb on when to use it?
Yep. We teach on an offensive basis. So we teach a lot of beginners to, I would say, 3-0. That ball is just out. 3-5, I would say. We haven't done the third shot lob yet. However, we are seeing it just a little bit more. But the control portion that you need to have on a third shot lob, you get at a higher level. So we don't teach third shot lobs.
Right, yeah. Seems pretty low percentage if you're at a 3-5 level, when you can just
Drop it or
Drop
drive it.
Yep.
Although I will say, especially when you start to learn topspin and when you're able to throw a lob over with such topspin on it, even if they do get an overhead, as long as they're on their way backwards and they're not, if you didn't serve it up to them on a silver platter, you can follow it up with the drive and sometimes catch them off the kitchen line, and sometimes that can generate a little bit of offense for you as well.
So you said you're seeing more third shot lobbing. Is that are you saying that at the pro level, or higher rec level, both?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would say for sure at rec level. Maybe it's just because I play with Andrew. He loves to do that.
Okay.
However, I will say I do see it maybe, I don't know, once or twice a day if we have a pickleball session.
Sure. I think usually it's if you're a third shot lob, it's kind of maybe a return caught you by surprise with the bounce, or you have somebody really aggressively coming up to the kitchen line. You can catch them sprinting forward. But I think the really good lobbers just there's a little bit of an innate sense of when to use it.
Right.
And they always seem to pick the best times. There's some people who just always lob at just the right time. Just the worst time for me, but the best time for them.
It's usually when you're leaning in or when you're in a stalemate and a dink off kind of a thing.
They also do a really good job of lobbing over the right person and the right side of that person, too. They don't put it over the forehand of the stronger player. You know, I think there's an art to that as well.
I also play with a lot of taller players. Some of them like 6'3", 6'4"-ish. And I sometimes lob just for the purpose of seeing if I can get it over their head.
Just, yeah, a test, right? In
Yes.
rec, you might as well, yeah.
Exactly, in a rec situation.
Game point on court 5, the 2 seed. The 15 seed, like you said, gave them a little bit of a run here early in the match. 2 seed has straightened some things out and gone on a run. I'd say if you are the 15 seed, though, you're pretty happy with the way you played, and now you see if you can settle in and, well, this one's not over yet, but maybe try to push it even more in game 2. But I'd say they, Xanders and Bellinger played pretty well here in this first one.
That's a great shot. Good backhand. Will be match point, and then on to game 2.
I see your 2E, and I counter with my 2E. Sam Trent puts it away. It's 11-4, game 1. It's 11-5 on court 3. So after a couple of close beginnings, we ended up having some wider margins. Same thing on court 2, where the 11 seed made a nice little run, and then ended up losing 11-6, and now the Magsig brothers are off to a 5-0 start in game 2. Haven't paid attention on that court as much, so I don't know what they switched up that seems to be working here. And just wide on center court, 9-4, Roy and Worthy. Big run here for their 10-4, Roy and Worthy, so they have match point now.
They do. Oh, wow.
That's a time to go for it, maybe. Up 10-4.
That for sure is a 4-10 point. Yeah.
Yeah.
4-10, a 10-4 shot, I mean.
Yeah.
Oof. Little net love for him.
Little help from the net, yep. Sometimes it's with you, sometimes it's against you. Oh, ended up being a lot closer than I thought it was off the paddle.
Risky leave, but good on them.
It looked like it went from good leave to, ooh, I don't know, to, okay, yeah, good leave. Couple of tough shots from Worthy, and they will take the serve back, looking to close this one out. Punch their ticket to round 2.
There's the third shot lob.
There it is.
Just out.
Just, yeah.
Not by much, though.
That's where that seems like, you know, you could just hit a drive or a drop, right?
That's what he just said.
Oh, he
He's
did,
like,
yeah.
lob on 10?
And there it is, 11-7, 11-5. Roy and Worthy come out on top. We'll see who they end up playing. They'll play the winner of the Sam Trent, Jaron Faltinowski, Jack Bellinger, Steve Xanders match that is going on right now on court 5. And if you are following Andrew Chrisman and Brian LeClaire, their night is not over. They will not be on this main stream again, but they will play in the points draw, and those matches will be individually streamed on the other channels. So one match down, couple others into game 2 here on court 2. Magsig and Magsig. 1-11-6 in the first, up 6-3 now over Young and Seaman. 6-3, they were up 5-0, so a little bit of a run from Caden and Nate.
Good hands.
Yep, I think that's where they can be dangerous in firefights there, the 11 seed. But they're also playing against two guys who have really good and quick hands themselves. Watching the 2:15 match. Got a big point going on. The 15 seed comes out on top. Some really nice dinking there from Jack Bellinger to set up that point. It's the great part, I think, about this game is the amount of new players that just come in. Do you see it on the Lakeshore as well? You just have people kind of walk in and get pretty good pretty quick?
Yeah, I think so. I am not in the, like, I'll say we just ran a tournament, right? And some of the people in our 5-0 bracket, I was like, where did you guys come from? So,
Yeah.
and one of them was from Holland. So I think it's becoming a bigger thing at college level too, which I love. But yeah, it's great to see these people just come up, and I love having more people to play with in our little area.
Right. We have our you're good. We have our first winners. Yep. We're working out the mics here for Kyle and Cody.
Where do you want us?
Right. All right, we have our first winners of the night here, Cody Roy and Kyle Worthy. Guys, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You left him hanging on the
Yeah,
fist bump
no.
there.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go. Didn't leave him hanging too much on the court, though. Have you guys
No.
played together much before?
Yeah. Well, we
A little bit, yeah.
Played a tournament together, and yeah, we're playing in the Southeast Michigan area.
Okay.
Yeah, quite a bit.
So what seems to work for you guys as a partnership? What's the vibe between you two?
Keep the ball in? I don't know.
That helps.
Just-
I think that we drive quite a bit,
Yeah.
and it definitely works because we both can drive. And if we're on, we're on. If not, then we also have a slow game too. We didn't get to see it the first game, but we kind of did what we had to do.
Yeah, you played a team that I think also likes to drive the ball a little bit. So you guys just decide we're going to fight fire with fire, or what was kind of the strategy there?
Love it. Yeah, they're both great players, and yeah, I know they like to both hit it hard, and yeah, both of them, Ranger and Brian, they both can smack the ball pretty good. So yeah, it's always fun playing those guys. I like them both. They're both great dudes too.
Mm-hmm. Right. So
You're from Battle Creek, correct?
So originally from Battle Creek,
Okay.
live in Detroit and Ferndale.
Okay, we were wondering how you guys connected for tournaments and stuff, so that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I should update that.
yeah, we'll also update our sheet eventually here, but we'll get our act together. All right. So what do you guys think you need to do the rest of the way here to try to come out on top?
Just win points, not lose them, and that's about it. We're playing a great team, I think, here coming up. Know them really well. Played them a lot, so yeah, exciting to get a chance against them. We're the higher seeded team, so or upper seeded team. So we got nothing to lose. We're just gonna go in, try to have fun, and give them a game and try to sneak one out.
And you switched paddles recently. It looked like.
Yeah, I guess they keep banning paddles that I pick up. So
that's what we were wondering, as if that was on the ban list. So.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it, but hey, is what it is, and I'm on the paddle hunt right now. That's not the one I'm set with. I'm gonna try a bunch. I got like 6 at home that I'm kind of cycling through. So.
Okay, well, so far so good with that one. But we are on Selkirk TV tonight, so Kyle's available for sponsorship if anybody's watching that can make that decision. Maybe throw him a demo and we'll see what happens.
Well,
I'm working for you.
Yeah, no, I'll try anything. I know like the thin ones, so like that new one, that 7 might be good. I haven't hit that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll see you guys tonight. Good luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate it. Yeah,
Awesome,
thank you both.
thanks.
Good job, guys.
Right, we had a finish, I think, while we were out, because we're down to 2 matches now. Romano and Walker, I believe, defeated Mitrofan and Angulo. Oh, no, they're still going. They're up 7-0, though, so hopefully I didn't jinx them.
Yeah, the broadcaster jinx.
Yep, that would be a big one here at 7-0. Again, the 15 seed still hanging in there. It's 4-5 down there. They're playing some good ball. I think no matter what happens, you got to end this thing. You hung in there against one of the best teams in the state, really. And on court 2, Young and Seaman, it's 4-7, but they have the serve, so we'll see if they can make a little run here.
That one seems like it's been a little bit stalled out.
Yep. I've seen a couple of possessions go by without too much scoring. And we're going to get going pretty soon here on center court with the next round. Super interesting match here. The 8 seed is Aaron Caterberg and Jonathan Bulmer. Jonathan, a tennis player from Davenport who didn't come over to pickleball that long ago, but almost just one of those guys who immediately just walked in and was playing at basically a 5-0 level, has played in a TPN, and really, really good player. I mean, who doesn't, I don't know that he is playing as much pickleball as everybody else on the court, but a really good player. And then Aaron Caterberg, if you haven't seen him play, I think this is his first TPN, a lefty who can really rip it. Former tennis player himself who likes to drive it. Really tough player in mix because he's a lefty. He comes over, takes a lot of court. And they're going to play the 9 seed, Seth Sherich and Aiden Fickle, who recently played, I think, in one of your events and did really well, correct?
He played in Salty Elf.
Salty Elf.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they did, and got gold.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was playing with Seth, too, if
I think
my
that,
memory serves me.
I think the two of them, yeah, have played really well together. 2 young guys, very athletic. Seth also sometimes is part of our broadcast team here, so no bias, but we do hope he does well. So that match is going to get going here. There they are. Seth repping Forest Hills Northern. And Aiden he's currently at Hope, correct?
He is. He works for Revelin Sports as well. It's
Yep.
the Revelin shirt. I think he wrote that on his goals, was to play in a main pro draw with a paddle that he designed himself. Which, if anybody can do that, that would be Aiden.
Has played pickleball since very young. I mean, I think I remember him playing in a tournament when he was like 11 or 12 or something.
Super young,
Yeah, whole family of pickleballers, and he's gotten so good. Really, I feel like he's accelerated a lot in the last maybe year or two even. He's spiked in his level of play. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, definitely agree, yeah.
And he said one of his goals was to go from being an underdog to 5-0 to one of the top dogs. I would say he's moving in the right direction,
He's
and it
moving
helps.
in the right direction.
And it helps when his partner hits shots like that.
Indeed. I think we have a game done.
Yep.
On court 2.
Mag Sigs move on, and they will play the winner of court 3, Romano Walker, Mitra Fanangulo, and I did kind of jinx them. They were up 7-0. It's 4-7 now.
They needed
So-
some points. We needed
Yeah, spoke too soon. Good start here for the 9 seed. And good time to advertise, too, that Seth also does some coaching and drill sessions. There's that. I told you Aaron likes to hit the ball hard. There you go. Net helped.
body bagged him a little.
Body bagged him, and he's big lefty in the middle.
Aiden's smiling about it. He's good.
I don't know how much Aaron and Jonathan have played together. But Seth, I was going to say, Seth does some coaching here, does some drill sessions. So if you want to learn to hit that running two-y he just hit, look him up.
He didn't always have a 2E either. I love anytime somebody's developing a 2E. I just love it. I love
Yes,
seeing it.
he did not. Seth and I actually played together a lot at the 4-0 level when we were on our way up. And so I've seen his game develop, and he's another one like Aiden that's so good, moving in the right direction. Like I said, he does some coaching and drilling here. And I think, from doing that, you hit a lot of balls yourself, too. Mm-hmm. And sometimes telling people things, I find you like see it from a different level or a different viewpoint. You're like, yeah, I'm telling them to do this. Why don't I do this?
We have our 15 seed ahead of our 2 seed on court 5.
Telling you, those guys have played great tonight. Mm-hmm. When we said at the top, it'd be interesting to see if any of them can kind of put some pressure on. And certainly, I think if you're the 2 seed and the 15 played you tough in game 1 and is now up on you, scoreboard pressure for sure. Right. Got a lot of balls back there. Couldn't quite come away with that point.
And then we have match point on court 3.
Romano and Walker trying to close this out. and move on and see the Magsig brothers. Who I think will end up here in a moment. Talk to them about what it's like to play with your brother. Oh,
Ooh,
tricky shot
Yeah.
from Marius Mitrofan. After some good dinking, finds the right one to just flip in Chris's direction.
Just
What-
a little bit long there.
Yeah, sometimes at 410 though, you gotta go big on the serve. Maybe not quite that big, but went for that. Marius is for those watching on Selkirk TV, Marius is a Selkirk sponsored player. So, and has been for a while, I believe.
You know what? I think you're right, because I think he was sponsored by them back in when I had that Tyson camp.
And Tyson was with Selkirk at the time.
He was with Selkirk, however.
Yeah.
I don't entirely remember who he is with right now.
Yeah, I want to say he switched, but I don't want to speak out of turn. Another good hold, though, from Mitrofan and Angulo. So we switched over here, thinking it was a match point, and they've held off a couple now. They're going to try to apply some pressure. And we have our next winners up here. Ben and Bailey. First of all, congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats.
So we want to get the family tree accurate first. Who's older?
I'm older.
You're older.
Yep.
Okay, by how many years?
3.
Exactly 3.5 years to the day.
To the day. Okay, all right. And have you guys always played sports together, or was that enough of an age gap that maybe you'd...
Definitely. We both played baseball in college. I was an infielder. He was a pitcher. And then after college, we did a lot of different intramural things, starting with table tennis. Played that competitively for a couple years. Indoor soccer. Yeah, a lot of things.
So you're used to competing together.
Oh, yeah.
Is there anything different about being together on the pickleball court that's different from playing together in some of those sports?
It is interesting. We aren't the brothers that like to fight much, so we're both pretty even keel on the court. And sometimes we just need to remind ourselves that we gotta like pump ourselves up and then get back to the game plan, because we lose track of where we're at. But we're good at communicating and getting each other back into the game.
Good. So as a softball player, I played softball for probably 30 years
Yep.
of my life. How often are you guys guilty of, you're both right-handed, yes?
Yep.
Of catching the ball with your left hand?
That's so funny. It is definitely a habit that sometimes happens, for sure.
For sure. They speed up at your chest. You just catch
Yeah.
it instead of throw the paddle in front of it. Kind of funny.
So when you first started playing pickleball together, how did you decide who was going to play left and right, and how did you decide that now?
Oh, man. I started probably about a year and a half ago, and he started maybe about a year ago, and we just kind of got into it, and that's how it started, and that's how it's going. So we just feed the high hand, so you never know. Sometimes we do switch, but
So you guys do seem pretty chill.
Yeah.
Is there ever a situation where you have an argument or you don't agree with something, or is it usually pretty smooth?
I will say, if one of us is gonna get excited and like angry at somebody, it's gonna be him, and I'm gonna be the one that has to calm him down. If he's like yelling at a ref or something, I'm just like, it's all good, man. We're all okay.
yeah.
How is yelling at a pickleball ref like yelling at an ump, or is that different?
Not even close.
Way
I didn't think so, but I wanted confirmation from guys who knew.
Absolutely.
Yep. Have you gotten any of the rest of the family into pickleball?
The wife is a beach volleyball player. His wife played high-level volleyball too, and not yet, but we're working on it.
Yeah, we're both just coming off of having kids. His is a year old, mine's 4 months now. So
Yep.
to get our wives in it, maybe someday soon, hopefully. They have played a little bit, but I don't know. It's tough to get in, especially when they come in playing people that have
sure.
been playing and are really good.
Yeah, we know the struggle of trying to fit in
Yeah.
pickleball with kids. So
For sure.
Yeah,
When my youngest went off to kindergarten, it was like, okay, I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
yeah. But that was then my excuse for not playing higher level was gone because I could
Yeah.
blame it on my kids before. Yeah. Well, anyway, guys, that was fun to watch. Great first match. Hopefully, we'll see you up
Thank
here
you.
again. Good luck in
Awesome.
the rest
Looking
of the
forward
draw.
to it. Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Looks like we have another interview coming in here shortly.
All right. Yep, Sam and Jaron, they ended up pulling that one out. Cal and Ripken. That's yeah. We missed that on the
Callaway, I think he
Callaway,
said.
but Cal for short. So it's Cal Ripken.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's so cute.
Caterberg and Bulmer here caught up while we were doing that interview and took the lead. That's Aaron can rattle off some points in a hurry. So we'll see if Fickle and Sherich can take the lead back now. And we have our next winners, Sam Trent, Jaron Faltinowski.
Hello.
Hey, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Congrats.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
That pesky 15 seed
Very.
played tough. So I assume neither of you had played either of them before. Is that accurate, or had you played with them?
I've played Jack in rec play only. I've never played Steve. Both very consistent, very solid, really good resets, good hands. So,
Oh,
yeah, definitely made us play out points they were never given. So, always what you want to see for sure.
Yeah. So we kind of lost track as we were watching other matches. They were up in the second game, right? And you guys were able to go on a little run and close it out?
They were, yeah.
Yeah, they had a good run. We were up, then they had a great run to take the lead, and then they took a timeout for us.
Yeah, they took a,
they
yeah, we
took
were
a
about to
timeout
call
when
a
they
timeout ourselves.
but worked out.
Do you like a first round match that's a little bit tougher to kind of get you into the flow?
Yeah,
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good. I think that was an ATP, wasn't it?
I missed it. I was too busy chatting to these guys. Jenna, you got any questions for these two lovely gentlemen?
You guys ever played in a tournament together?
We've done one of these.
We
Okay.
did, yeah.
Yeah.
So, hoping for some redemption. Lost in, I think, the finals of
Yeah,
that
we-
last one. So,
Yeah, we did.
hopefully get back to the finals and then do a little bit better. So,
Who
Yeah.
who got you in that?
I
that
think it's
final.
Nick and Connor.
Nick and Connor.
Nick and
Frickin'
Connor, okay.
Nick and Connor.
Yeah, they're not playing together tonight.
I
but
know.
you can individually. maybe
But
get
on the
some
other
redemption.
hand, we have Casey in the house. So, I
Right.
mean,
have both of you played against Casey?
I played with and against Casey.
Oh, you played
yeah.
with him, too,
Yeah,
okay.
we actually have a win over Dylan Frazier.
Oh, that's really
Yeah.
cool.
You and Casey do.
Casey and I have
Oh.
at an APP back in Chicago about 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah.
Nice.
That'll help the old duper, huh?
I mean, it did for a minute, and then obviously Dylan went way up, and I stayed the same. So
Maybe your victory over him inspired him.
I think
Yeah,
so. A
it
little
was
bit
the
of
mo-
motivation.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
he
was
owes
like
me.
the moment.
He does, yeah.
He owes you, yeah.
Yeah.
Dylan, if you're watching this stream, and I know you are,
On soccer
what else
TV.
would
Yeah,
you
what
be
else
doing?
would- what else would
What
he be
else would he
doing?
be doing today? Then you owe this man. So
no.
anyway, guys, great first victory. Way to fight off that 15 seed,
Yes,
and
thanks.
we are looking forward to seeing your redemption later tonight.
Appreciate
Good
it,
job,
guys.
guys.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Game of runs here. We went from Sherich and Fickle being up to then down and now up again. So this is a fun one. I kind of had a feeling this would be.
I think with an 8 and 9 seed, you probably are going to go back and forth a little bit.
And you have some really just interesting styles here. You've got the lefty with the big power. You've got Jonathan, who I don't, just because he hasn't played as much in tournament settings. I don't know how much Seth and Aiden have seen him. And then you've got young athletic guys on the other side. So this is a really fun match. We'll keep tabs on this one. Court 2 has also started now. Sam Khalid, Lucas Pereira, your 5 seed, going against the 12, Dan Murphy and Max Manley. I have not seen Max ever before, and I know on his questionnaire he said he's excited to be starting his pickleball tournament journey. So another of newer player, certainly newer to tournaments. So we'll see how he does. Another kind of wild card here who some of the other players probably haven't played against as much or are as familiar with his game. So we have our next winners up here as well. Actually, we're going to get them squared away. We're going to keep an eye on this match. We have game point actually here on center court for the 9 seed. We're going to have another look at it.
Oof, just misses the roll.
Yep.
That's match point for
Sherrich and Fickle. And yeah, very up and down game of runs. So they come top 11-8. And we now have our next winners up here in the booth, Romano and Walker. First of all, congratulations.
Congrats, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So first, what kind of were the difference makers for you guys in that first match, did you think?
Well, I think we just tried to stay steady and be patient that game. Just we trusted the game there.
Yeah, we tried to get into the kitchen a little bit more. One of the guys had a big serve, big drive. We got in early to the net, and we figured we could kind of outlast them at the kitchen. So that was kind of our strategy in game 1, and kind of stuck to it most of the time in game 2.
Yep. Have you two played together much before, or not at all?
Oh yeah, we go way back.
We got a history, yeah. So Chris got me into the game actually, like, what was that, 2 years ago now?
Yeah,
so
2 years ago.
He's an original. He's wearing the carbon shirt. Normally I am, but I'm not right now. So I'm a carbon guy. Chris is a carbon guy. So we got the team back together, and we're happy about it.
You know, the boys are back in town.
You know, sometimes tennis guys have a hard time wanting to embrace pickleball. Was he a hard sell?
Well, he actually was kind of, speaking of pickleball, even before like either of us really were playing, he was playing a little bit here and there with his, I think with your brother.
Yeah.
And we were actually playing paddle tennis or pop tennis.
Yeah, the pop, I guess.
I converted him to come out to Venice, California, played a little pop, and then so then I heard about pickleball from my mom. Hi Mom. Hi Dad. So as soon as I kind of played with my mom and people were starting to play a lot, I said, oh, I know the perfect guy.
I feel like that's where a lot of, I don't know how old you guys are. You don't have to tell me, but a lot of us have learned, me too, as my parents.
For
hey,
sure.
Dad, teach me this game.
Yeah, that's right.
So did you know right away, was he good the first time he stepped out there?
Right away.
Yeah.
I think he was playing tennis actually, and then he came and tried the paddle tennis with us. And as soon as he put it in his hand and I saw him, I said, "This is a player. This is a player."
Fire it up. Fire the cannons.
And were you immediately like, "Oh, I'm playing this"? Or did it take a second?
I like anything with a paddle, hand-eye coordination sports. So yeah, I enjoy it. Yeah, for sure, I enjoyed it from the start.
And so, looking at the rest of this bracket, there's some players that you have history with. No more than probably Connor. How badly do you want to see him in this draw?
Oh, we want to see it. Yeah, we would love to do it. Yeah, that's the goal tonight. We'll see what happens. But yeah, we're excited.
Jenna, anything else for these two guys?
I don't.
All right.
Good job, guys.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Congrats.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yes, indeed.
Congrats.
Some really exciting points here as we're going on. We had a great Ernie from Aiden Fickle. Don't know if that was visible on the stream, actually, but that was point number 1. And we're going on the other courts now. On court 3, our 4 seed is Alec Timmerman and Shane Stokes. Alec, if you've watched TPN, he's played almost all of these, I think. And played in some pro draws, played in some APP events, played in the qualifier at BCO. And then Shane Stokes, I think this is his first TPN, but definitely
I want to say so too.
Not his first go-around. He is one of the long-time high-level players in the state of Michigan. One of the first, I think, pros we had come out of the Grand Rapids area. Won the U.S. Open at 5-0 in 2019 and was bronze in singles there as well. He's played in a handful of pros. I've watched him come out and watched him play against some of the top pros in a couple of the BCOs and one of the early BCOs. He was in the same draw as the Johns brothers and such when they were here. So, yes, Shane has played high-level pickleball. When I first started, he was definitely the top. He was the guy that I watched. So cool to see him in one of these. Xavier Moy and Ryan Radowick. Xavier, I think, is from the Lansing area. I've seen him play in some high-level draws as well, and Ryan has played in one of these. So I had a chance to see him the last time around that he was here. So this will be an interesting match, and the 13 seed off to a fast start at 6-2. And Alec is also, he's a, is he playing with the Revelin still?
I think he still has the Revelin.
Yep. So repping the local brand there. Does he have the, it looks very black. Is that a prototype, you think, or is that?
I can't see it. I know they have some stuff that they are working on and they're coming out with. I have 3 paddles in my bag currently that are prototypes. And actually they're new. They have a new Pure Pro Control paddle with a longer handle, which is what I've been using lately. So that's a new one for them.
Yeah.
It's like the smaller face with a longer handle, but not the taller, skinnier face.
So on court 5, our 1 seed, they showed why they're the 1 seed with a pickle in game 1. That team is definitely the team to beat. I think the storyline of this whole tournament is, can anyone give them a run? Casey Cullen played some very high-level events. As Jaron mentioned, they have a win over Dylan Frazier together. Connor Mogul has won several of these events, and that is just a really, really tough team. They are playing our 16 seed, Mike Simsa and Kevin McLaughlin, two guys, like we mentioned before, with our 15 seed, who have definitely come a long way, improved their games a lot in the last couple years. Mike has done really well in some recent tournaments. Kevin has as well. He's played his way up the chain and has been playing really well, at least when I've played him in rec and seen him in some tournaments.
I always struggle with Kevin's spin. He's so good at putting a lot of slice and spin on the ball. Great practice.
And if you're a long-time fan of pro pickleball, he comes from a pickleball family. Lauren McLaughlin, who was the one of the commentators on the APP when they first started broadcasting pro pickleball. That is his sister.
Yep.
So pickleball family. But yeah, that's one of the interesting things to me tonight, is to see if anybody can give Casey and Connor a run. I don't know that I think I told you, I've watched Casey play in some money balls. He played in 1 TPN. He's also played in some tournaments at this level. I don't know that I've, in the local level, if I've seen him lose or even be close to losing. And then he's got Connor, who's just, I think, one of the best players in the state. So those might be the 2 strongest players in the state right there.
I love how Kevin and Mike are just going at him right now. It's kind of like, if I don't know, maybe they're not doing it on purpose, but.
I know. They were joking about trying a nasty Nelson on the first point just to get 1 point. I don't know if that actually happened or not.
We missed it.
I'm going to assume it didn't happen or it was unsuccessful based on the score. We'll see. I think, yeah, you might as well. If I was them, I would be doing the same thing. Let's just see if we can fire a point away. Casey with that big rip. Tennis player at Western Michigan. Tennis coach.
What's your thought on the nasty Nelson, Alan?
I'm not a fan. I'm kind of a big sportsmanship guy, and I don't love it. I think, win the point the traditional way. I will say this. I'm pretty even keel on the court. You've played with me a lot. I don't get to whatever.
Yes.
When somebody tries to nasty Nelson me, that's probably the one thing that really gets me going.
Is it like poking the bear? Like, are you going to just turn it on? Like.
Yes. And then I start. Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to get real
Which
serious.
I don't know is always good for me, because then I start driving the ball too much and trying, So I think I play better when I'm calm. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the nasty, unless it's like in a very clearly joking with your buddies situation.
Yeah, I think I've gotten nasty Nelson probably twice, both by the same person.
To be honest, I don't know that I've actually ever tried doing it.
Oh, Kale, if you're listening, that is you. I'm talking about you.
Kale Kotegi.
Yep.
Shout out to him. Recent birthday.
Yes.
And
happy birthday.
We're soiling your name on the air for nasty Nelsoning Jenna. So game 1 victory here for the 5 seed, Pereira and Khaled And so they will take game 1. Pretty close match, though. So Fickle and Sherich also off to a fast start here in game 2. So 8-2, a couple points away from punching their ticket into the next round. Timmerman and Stokes made a nice run there, forced a timeout here. They catch back up to 7-9. And then our 16th seed got 2 points, and they weren't on Nasty Nelson's
that we know of. I wasn't watching.
I didn't see one, so I think they won it the old-fashioned way. If I was them, I would take this stream and I would clip those 2 points, and I would post those 2 only. So, you guys are listening. That's what I would do. I would submit just those 2 points to Duper and see what it did for my rating. And they get the serve back now. So 2-7-1. By the way, Casey put his favorite shot as and he did a running Ernie there. He put his favorite shot as he likes to hit ATPs from the left with his forehand. I don't think there's enough room to do it here. If he pulls it off here, that's incredible.
Is he talking about his left? Like, is he ambidextrous where he takes his left hand and forehands
he just runs that far around it that he hits kind of an outside-in forehand that hooks its way into the court. So where you would expect him to hit a backhand, he runs all the way around it and hits a forehand from that side. I've seen one other person do it once. Obviously, you need a lot of space out there. So we'll see if he tries it tonight.
It's a great speed up by Aiden.
Yep, with that 2E. Is he a Revelin player?
He is.
Yeah. So, we talked about that. He's got it on his shirt.
He's got a prototype as well.
Okay. Yep.
Technically.
So be on the lookout for that. Revelin, local paddle company based here in Holland, Michigan. But I would say it started local, but I see a lot of them around more than just Michigan now. When you travel, you start seeing more Revelins.
I love when I am on Facebook or Instagram and you just see a random pickleball post or something and somebody in the background has a Revelin. Yes, I know them.
I played in Kansas City. I got into a group when I was traveling, Chicken and Pickle, and somebody there was playing with a Revelin and didn't even know where it came from. They just saw it, I think, online and ordered one. So, yeah, pretty cool.
That's cool. Yeah, there was a foot fault there. I did see that.
Our ref, Ray Zamora, all over it. He's got one job, and he does it well.
He does.
Foot fault. 10-2. The Young Guns really kind of running away with the second game after having a tight first one.
Side out, so they'll hold him once. See if they can get a few more points here.
Yeah, like we said, the 8 seed, Caterberg and Bulmer, they can generate some points in a hurry. Both have pretty good drives. Aaron, in particular, Caterberg, has a big forehand with his there.
Did that get him in the face?
It came off the net and got him in the lip, maybe.
He's laughing about it.
He is laughing about it. So.
Just get a little nervous when people get hit in the face.
See a lot more talking about eyewear and that because of the, I think, combination of the talent coming into the sport and the paddle technology.
For sure.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's not even stuff that you can help. Like that one clipped the net. There's no way to predict that, really. I've hit, actually recently, my significant other in the eyeball. Just friendly fire. It just ricocheted off my paddle. He was my partner. It just went right into his eye.
Both going for a ball in the middle. That's where it happens.
No, he wasn't even going for it. It was just like I was on the left, he was on the right, and I went to go hit a shot, and it just ricocheted off the top of it, hit him right in the eye.
Well, if you were going to hit somebody.
It shouldn't be him.
Yeah, well, I guess it shouldn't. All right, game 1 done. Sherridge and Fickle come out on top. That's a tough team. That's a teim that could maybe pull off an upset.
Let's say that
here and there. So they are through, although they're going to likely get the 1 seed. That's going to be an interesting match. See if they can pull off something against. I'm going to Mogul and Cullen. Oh, who did win now. I wasn't going to jinx them, but shout out to the 16 seed, though, coming back from the pickle, getting 5 points. Yes.
Let's go.
None on Nasty Nelson's that I'm aware of. We'll find out.
We do need to ask him about that. Did you get a Nasty Nelson attempt on your first serve?
We're going to ask them. They'll definitely tell us. And Connor Mogul, a Selkirk player, so we'll get him up here in the booth and on Selkirk TV. Moye and Radowick took game 1, now down 2-1. And Murphy and Manley, after losing game 1, up 5-0 in the second. So we've, I don't think we've not had one go to 3 yet, right?
I think you're right. I don't think anyone has gone to 3 yet. And oddly, there's been a couple upsets, I think. Well, I'll say Cody and Kyle kind of upset.
A little bit of
Andrew
an upset.
O'Brien.
Yeah,
a little bit of an upset there, but not 3.
A seed upset, but
A seed upset.
I don't think that's overly surprising. I think that was a kind of a 50-50 type match.
Yep.
That is the interesting thing about this draw, is just some different combos, some newer players. We have some players who would normally be in this, who are down playing APP in Florida. So shout out to those players who are down there. Jace Landier is playing. Ian Yee is playing down there. Mariano Yee is down there playing.
Monica, you said, was down
Monica
there?
Nguyen, who, if you've watched women's and mixed, she's done really well. She's down there playing. Lexi Contrado and Brandon Contrado are down there. So Michigan well represented in that tournament. So Timmerman and Stokes, I think, up 3-0 here.
And then on court 2, we have a 7-0 start for our 12 seed.
So threatening to be the first match to go 3. And we have our next winners up here, Connor Mogul and Casey Cullen. Guys, congrats.
Thank you, thanks.
First question is, the 16 seed before tonight, they were talking about Nasty Nelsoning you guys on the first point
First
just to
serve.
get a point. Did that actually happen? We didn't see
Was
it.
there an attempt? Nothing?
They didn't.
No.
Shoot.
Okay. That's the right move sportsmanship-wise, though. So how much have you two played together?
We play a little rec together. Sometimes we'll meet kind of in the middle, but not a ton other than that. It's maybe like once a month. Play a couple games here or there. So, yeah.
What do you think works about the partnership?
I think Connor does a really good job of getting up, hitting a lot of power. You know, I try and set it up, play a little softer, and he's really good at getting up there and putting points away, which is where I tend to be a little more patient.
And Connor, we give you a platform here every week because we're on Selkirk TV to renegotiate your deal. Do you have any demands that you want to put out in the atmosphere right now?
Yeah, I do. Please give Casey Cullen some more paddles. He needs it. He's got the paddle right here. So, yeah, sponsor this guy.
I didn't realize you also were a Selkirk player. Okay, so what do you have any additional demands here while you have the Selkirk TV watching?
I'm a free agent right now.
Okay.
I love my Selkirk paddle, but I'm out to prove something, and whoever wants to pick me up, I'm ready.
All right, you hear?
Love it.
All right, you got anything for these two?
I don't.
All right, Nick Romano says he wants you and you only, so we'll see if that happens in this bracket the rest of the way. So
Yeah.
do you also want that matchup to happen?
Yeah, we want everyone. We want him. We want to take down everyone. So, yeah, we definitely want him
I
too.
love it.
All right, we're going to reconfigure the bracket so that you guys play
can just
everybody.
play
We'll
everybody.
do it, yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
we'll do
guys,
that.
congrats on the first win. Sure, we'll see you up here again. Best of luck the rest of the draw.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
So Casey Cullen and Connor Mogul, they are on to play the youth of Seth Sherich and Eden Fickle next. Oh,
And they are here.
they are
waiting
coming up
for
here.
us. We have match point on court 2, it looks like, as well.
Game point.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, game
Is it
point.
match? We
Game-
had this argument the other day.
We're going to discuss this, and people can drop it in the comments, even though we can't see them.
We can't?
I think it's game point, and then match point is when it's for the whole match, right? This is game point. The match isn't over.
I literally have no idea.
Okay. Anyway, here we go. Oh, we're live after the match ends, so we're gonna let this finish. Game. Now I'm messing up
Right?
match and game.
It's so I played in a tournament once and somebody thought that it was only 2 timeouts for the whole thing. Like we played it 2 out of 3.
Mhm.
And they thought we only had 2 timeouts for the whole thing, and we're like, no, it's per match. And she was like, no, it's per game. Or it might have been vice versa. But either way, we just both realized we had no idea which was which, and so we had to grasp the tournament. And of course, it's
So
per
game.
game.
Yeah. So it's like in tennis where you have game point, right, or set point,
I'm not a tennis person. I don't
and
know.
then you have match point. So.
Aiden,
So you're
help us
gonna
out,
you're
do
gonna you gotta trust my
doesn't
you're gonna have to trust my
Okay, I
yeah
trust you.
yeah.
So it's
You can
match?
trust me on this. No, this is game
is
point.
game.
When it's 10-4 in the second, but they have to play a third game, then it's
To
game
get a
point.
match.
But then at 10 on the third game, that would be match point. And then at the end of the entire thing in the finals, you have championship point, which is the point that wins the entire tournament. Yeah. See, we're gonna catch you up. It's all right.
So much to learn.
There's so much to learn. We have Seth and Aiden up here. First of all, congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys have been playing together more, correct? So how many times together would you say it's now in a competitive tournament setting?
This has been our third.
3 or 4 maybe, yeah.
I think the third.
Yeah.
And you played a tough team.
Yeah.
First match, we thought it would be a kind of a tight back and forth match. You guys won more easily in game 2. What seemed to kind of make the difference in that second game versus the first?
I think it was a lot of figuring it out and just playing a little bit looser. The first game we were super tight, missed a lot of stuff we don't normally miss. Just that first game, and then after we got the first game, we were able to play the second game a little bit looser, just because, you know, even if we lose that game, we don't lose the match yet. So it was a lot of just being loose and then sticking to the strategy a bit better. We wanted to keep it away from Aaron's forehand on the return, especially because
it's a good
he
idea.
can destroy that third shot. So yeah.
One clipped you. Are you okay?
Yes.
Was that in the lip?
It caught me in the chin, but net slowed it down a bit, so it was just a good thing to get me going. So
You shrugged it off pretty good. It didn't bother you
You
too
had a
much.
body bag in the chest too earlier.
Yeah, I got it in the neck.
Oh my God.
So
it's pretty hard.
I said coming in that one of the storylines of this tournament was, can anybody challenge Connor Mogul and Casey Cullen?
Who?
You
The gauntlet has been thrown.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna take it to him, see what we can do, and just make it a good game. So.
All right. Dana, any thoughts on playing? Have you played against either of those guys before?
I've played a bit against Connor before. Normally he plays with Nick.
Yep.
So me and Caden played him in the last TPN.
That's
I
right.
mean,
But not Casey?
not Casey. No.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't have much of a scouting report for you other than they're good, but
Thank you.
guys play your game. Best of luck. We look forward to watching that one.
Thank you very much.
Let's go get him.
I love the confidence. I taught him that.
Exactly.
So Murphy and Manly had a couple of game points. Pereira and Khaled have now fought that back. And oh wait, the scoreboard just wasn't caught up. We got a shirt change here from Murphy too. So if there's young eyes that don't want to see a shirtless man, avert them from court 2. Just wanted to warn you. We didn't have a. We
didn't
have
even
a.
see him. I was like, where? What are you talking about?
Just didn't want anyone to be caught by surprise. 10-6 on court 3, so we're gonna maybe go to 3 there as well, as Timmerman and Stokes have picked it up in game 2.
I think sometimes it's just like what Aiden was talking about, being super nervous in that first game, and sometimes you can still come away with it like they did in that first match, and sometimes it's you just don't have it in that first match, but that second one you come back and fight for.
Yep, and I know Shane's been playing a lot more rec, but I don't think he's played a tournament in a long time.
I think it's
and
been
so,
quite a while.
yeah, get back in the
That was good
Yep.
patience on that one.
Got around it, and they hold off. That's one way to hold off a game point. We got another game point here for Timmerman and Stokes.
Gonna be a good debate.
So I think, yeah, Shane maybe took a second to get going, and now this is also a team, the 4 seed, that if they get hot, can present some problems. 2 very good players, a lot of experience, a lot of variety, and we saw that in game 2 there with them coming back, and now we're going to go to a game 3. Timmerman and Stokes take game 2 over Moye and Radowick. So Ryan Radowick, he had put his favorite shot as a serve. We don't see that a lot. And Xavier's is a backhand roll, which we do see. That shot is very popular as a favorite shot in this draw. Saw a couple of those there from Trent and Faltinowski. That's now the first match of the quarterfinals here on center court. 2-2. This is going to be a match right here. Roy and Worthy coming out aggressive. I think that's probably what they need to do against this team.
It's tough saying, you know, sometimes the teams that like to be aggressive, sometimes they have to tone it down a little bit. Sometimes the opposite is true, you know? So it kind of depends. I've always heard a great saying about strategy-wise. To some extent, you always play to what makes you comfortable, but you want to more play to what makes them uncomfortable.
Yep. Agree. Although I always think, like, what does my opponent not want me to do, right? And I think if you're Sam and Jaron, if you're the 2 seed, you probably don't want to have to deal with the power on the other side. So that's where I say maybe you come out swinging, and then if it doesn't work, then you go to the second plan, or you just clip them off the net. That works too.
There's been a little bit of chatter online about shorter return of serves.
Being more effective?
For people who love to drive. Because by the time they run up there and hammer it from mid-court, they may or may not have a harder time keeping it in.
So, as somebody who likes to drive my third, I cannot stand short, low returns.
And low is the key, right?
Yep.
Like you can't just put a lollipop in there, but shorter, low.
Yes. So, you know, always taught that you want your serves deep and your returns deep. I do think there's some room there for variety. Although, don't you think there's some margin for error there too with trying to purposefully hit a short return? That can lead to some return errors also.
But the opposite is true too. When you're trying to do such a deep return, sometimes you hit them out, right?
True.
You're trying to push people back off the line and have them hit a harder third or a harder drive that's further away. And sometimes you have a tendency to push them out a little too far.
But I do notice people who hit, especially slice. Wow. Alec Timmerman just hit one, I think, behind the back and saved it. And didn't get the next one back, but that was a heck of a shot. People who hit like a slice backhand return where it sort of drops short and it has backspin on it, it's very hard to drive that ball.
Yeah.
Of course, then the trade-off is if you try to hit a short return and you leave it up a little bit too high, then you're in some real trouble.
I think regardless, there's a little margin for error no matter what you're doing. But
Right.
I will say, as a teacher of the sport, we kind of teach high, lofty returns, right? As you get better and better in the sport and you have room to play, then by all means play. But until you get to that line every single time, you need to buy yourself whatever time it takes to get there, which most of the time means higher, loftier, deeper
Right.
return of serves.
And I think also if you're a player who, for whatever reason, doesn't have as much foot speed, then you want to give yourself that that time too,
Yep.
right?
Looks like we have a timeout on the center court here at a 8-6.
Yep. Fast start from the 10 seed, and then Trent and Faltinowski kind of found their way here. get a little bit of a lead at 8-6. We're also at game 3 on court 2. Pereira and Khaled up 5-0 now. So came out fast in game 1. Struggled a little bit in game 2, but I thought found some momentum at the end of that, and now have carried that into game 3 where they are up 6-0. So they're going to flip ends and try to close it out. Court 3 so far, evenly matched in that next quarterfinal match. Romano and Walker and the Magsig brothers. I believe they're fairly familiar with each other, played each other in some tournaments from a same side of the state.
Wow, that was a great shot on court 3. I think, yeah, it was Xavier. Blew one down the line path to Alec.
He's had a couple of those tonight. It's dangerous off the bounce, and he's a really good athlete. I think he's played some singles as well and had good results in singles, so he gets to things very quickly and can hit a variety of shots. He's got some real shot-making ability.
It's good court recognition, too, because Shane went off and did an Ernie, and then so Alec had to kind of come over just a couple steps, and then the ball went back to Xavier, and he went right past the right side of him.
And then I think they bailed him on that last one. Alec tipped an out ball, although when you hit enough winners, that's the pressure you put on people. They feel like they have to try to block everything.
For sure.
I think just wide, and now the 13 seed is up 6-3, so they'll flip, and they'll try to close it out, pull off another upset here in this draw. So far, I would say the bottom half of the bracket, the 9 through 16 seeds have all played pretty well.
I agree.
Been pretty evenly matched. So Roy and Worthy down 7-10, but serving now 8-10. So they're trying to even this thing out. Stay in game 1 against Trent and Faltinowski.
That's a good shot by Xavier. Just
Yeah.
Something just dribble over the net and high enough to where you could attack it. Those are hard to get.
A deceivingly hard shot to hit, right?
Yeah. Hard to get and hit.
Yep, and hit well.
To be honest, I hate those. If somebody else, because some people love them and they're like, me, me, me. Yes, please.
Some people can cut those short, too, instead of hitting that power shot.
Yeah.
We're at 10-10, by the way, on center court. That one is left. This is such, we say it every time we have a premiere night. It's such a momentum game, pickleball. Things can turn so quickly, and this is a great example of that. Oh, the net cord kind of the 2 seed there. They get the ball back. Much needed. Went from a big lead to now down, and I think that one
clipped the net. Yeah,
clipped the net on its way down. So the net helps them out a couple of times here. It's 11-11. And I think Jaron is now, Faltinowski is now playing, he's paddle tech now, correct?
He's paddle tech.
Yep. See a lot of those newer paddle techs, and
they are powerful.
Yep, one of our local pros here, Andrea Coop.
It's a good finish.
Paddle tech player, good finish, and a way to hold off from the 2. I mean, it's hard, when a team starts clawing back, you feel the pressure of it, and sometimes it's hard to close that out. But when you have the experience that Trent and Faltinowski do, didn't look too concerned there.
They didn't. They didn't even call a timeout, to my recollection.
They just kind of calmly took the ball back and won 3 points. Our 4th seed has also caught up now. So they were down 6-3 when we flipped. It's now down 7-6, but have the serve. That's Stokes and Timmerman. The tricky shot by Shane to set that up. And there is a timeout. Yep.
Yep.
All right, so you're teaching. It's pro motion pickleball.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And you offer lessons from every level to beginner up to a certain point?
Pretty much. Yeah, we don't really have a limit. I don't love doing much higher than 4-0, just because for me it's hard to critique and also be able to like play well.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it looks like we just had a match end on court 2 here.
Yeah, game point and match point. Pereira and yeah,
I still
we had
keep
both.
forgetting those.
Sorry. We'll get you there.
We will.
So Pereira and Khaled, they now move on. They will face the winner of court 3, which is now 7-7. So we'll talk to them shortly. Rolling here, Stokes and Timmerman rattling off several points in a row. I believe they're still on the 1. It's 8-7.
Good drive.
Yep. Big rip from Shane. He's been dropping it more tonight, so they may have caught his opponents by surprise and went right at the body. And now we have the loft serve.
Ooh, I like the idea. It was open there.
Okay, it looks like that was a 2, so Moye and Radowick take back the serve. They're now down 7-9 after they had a pretty solid lead. Couple of big shots in the middle there from Alec Timmerman. 7-9 on the 2 now. It's like 8-9. Nope.
Or unless they're debating something.
I think they were stacked, so maybe they're figuring out if they're in the right place. And yep, we have Sam and Lucas up here in the booth with us. Guys, first of all, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Had to go 3, and they made you work a little bit. So what ended up making the difference for you guys in that one?
Well, I didn't want to think about going to the bathroom again because that's what happened in the second game. I went to the bathroom and I came back and something went wrong. So I'm not going to the bathroom.
Could you pinpoint what happened between the bathroom and the court? Was there something?
You tell me.
I don't know.
That might be a thing.
I think Sam played great all 3 games.
Oh,
so.
See? That's a partner you need.
Yeah, that's a partner.
So in the next match, if he says, "Hey, I got to go to the bathroom," you'll
He's
allow
not going.
it?
No.
Oh, okay, no, okay. You didn't play that well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just joking.
So how much have you two played together?
We play every day almost.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
we both work at Brighton Pickleball Club, so we're there every day. We play almost every single day together, so we're really lucky. Yeah.
So you guys will have either Moye and Radowick or Stokes and Timmerman. Are you familiar with either of those teams too much?
Yeah, we played Alec last year, so
I didn't.
Yeah, and then Shane Stokes, not so much, and then Xavier a little bit, but not the other person. So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, they're 9-9, so they're really fighting it out. Or it's 10-9 now.
10-9.
So getting close. Did you guys come into pickleball together, or how did you guys become pickleball partners?
Yeah, so we've been playing rec for the last year, and then 4 months ago he kind of brought me on board with the team, and ever since then we kind of been clicking, playing. We went to PPA Milwaukee together, and then formed kind of a bigger bond together.
Okay.
And since then it's just been picked up.
Did you guys play like pro in that?
We are going to the future. We just went together. We played with different partners.
Okay.
But now that we are at Brighton, and he's such an integral part of Brighton Pickleball Club, the best part is we get to play all the time together now. So I'm kind of excited, looking forward to it.
All right, good deal. Any additional questions for them?
No, I love it. We'll get them, guys.
All right, we're gonna
one last thing for me, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Shout out. I want to give it. Is that okay?
Give it, please.
Right there.
Shout out to Brighton Pickleball Club. It's in Brighton. 9 indoor premium courts. Come by. Best courts, best lighting. You know, you'll see me here. You'll see all smiley faces. You'll get to see this pretty guy. So, yeah, I'm kind of excited for it.
How are the bathrooms at Brighton Pickleball Club?
You had to, didn't you?
Important question.
I assume they're pretty nice. They're pretty nice here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't lose after I go to the bathroom there. How about that?
Oh, okay. that means they're better.
No,
yeah.
no.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
And thank you, All In, for holding this. This is awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, thanks for
Congrats
playing,
on the
guys.
first win. Hopefully, we'll see you back up here again.
Hopefully.
Awesome. Thank
All
you.
right.
All right.
Congrats,
Thank you.
All right. So, Timmerman and Stokes.
They're still 10-9.
Still 10-9 here.
Did they have the serve?
I think so,
hit
and
him.
I don't think it caught him.
They were playing like they had the serve. Sometimes it's
I think they did have the serve.
somebody. Sometimes you don't. Nobody wants to do anything, right?
Yep.
Because they're the one side.
And that's a shot that Alec normally he hits that in his sleep.
Just a little out.
Just wide, and it's 10-10. Who wants to play Lucas and Sam? More of the nobody wants to
Yep.
pull the trigger.
Ooh,
Then
there
there
it
was. Yep. Good one to go on, I think.
Yeah.
Just missed the shot. Sat up there for Xavier's forehand, which has been a weapon in this match. It's 10-10 on the 2. Ryan Radowick to serve to Shane Stokes. That inside out forehand.
That's what
that
he
Shane
said was his favorite.
It's been hitting it today, but I think they've seen it before. So
He did say, you know, and his favorite shot was the inside out cross court. So that was a straight on. I would love to see the inside out
cross court. Yeah.
and what that looks like.
That's a I'm trying to think about it. You'd have to
Right?
really
Is he hitting up on the right side? Is he hitting like a backhand forehand?
Oh, I see what
Right?
that. Yeah.
Like this way?
Yeah, right. Because I was thinking he would have to angle his body in such a weird way to hit an inside-out forehand
But then
cross
that would
court.
go straight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to, if they make it up here, we'll have to ask him about it.
Well, they got to fight off one match point here to get up here. So they took the timeout. We'll see what they discussed in that timeout.
And we are on a 2, correct?
Are on a 2, yep. And that net, a little bit of a nervous moment for Stokes and Timmerman. Couple of net cords now they play on. Another net cord.
Wow. Good point.
It is so tough to stay in that kind of a dinking point mentally when it's 10-11.
Indeed.
So yes.
And you just want the game to be done.
Yep. You just want your opponent to really make an error. Like,
Nice.
and there's Alec Timmerman with the big roar. You know you hit a good shot when your partner has to remind you you're stacked. Shane was like, yeah, nice shot. Get over there. Get over to the left. It feels like a rite of passage, though, when you hit a winner that you should be able to walk to the other side of the court, you know?
Right?
So, you just,
Yes,
your
exactly.
momentum's carrying you there. So, 11-11 on the 2.
Ooh, close on the reset. They got the important one.
They did get the important one, although I'm sure they would tell us that they wanted more than that, but did tie it up to 11, so we're going to go extra points. And they did not choose to switch on this. Shane's been playing on the right a lot.
We have another match point on
Game
point. I caught myself.
We
that
have
time. I was
a
like, wait a minute.
match point on game 3,
Yep.
or in court 3, game point on court 5.
Got it. I'm going to get it by the end of the night.
I'm sure you are. And Shane gets big in the middle there as Alec runs off the court to grab a ball. Shane covers, and they hold off 1 match point. Here's match point number 2, and that drive goes into the net, so we're going to play on.
Play on.
Meanwhile, Sam and Lucas just chilling. Plenty of bathroom time. As they await the winner of this.
Ooh, he had it.
Yep.
He had it. Just get those feet set.
I think
10-10 over on court 5 as well.
I think that's exactly what Alec wanted to. Speed the ball up, crash, and get one right in his backhand, which is one of his favorite shots. This is the beauty of TPN and the all-in volley zone when you have 2 tight matches side by side.
We get to watch them both.
And we get to watch them both.
My
and
eyes are darting back and forth.
We have a good match in front of us, too,
We
but
do.
I'm really not paying attention to it as much because we have two games that are, 1 game and 1 match that are very close to completion. So
Thank you for that reiteration.
I'm trying to
I
remind
love it.
myself, too. It's easy to.
That was a great speed up by Alec.
Yep. That one-handed backhand of his went right at the body. And it's 11-12, or 12-11 on the 2.
We hold them again. More points.
More points, and let's see if they can get that all-important 12th point here. Oh, little help from the net cord, and then he just missed it. I don't know if it surprised him. That was a really good pickup from Radowick off of the net cord.
Oh, that's a
Gets
great
that
shot.
one, though. Yep, 12-12, with his children watching, too, on the left side of the
He's got
screen.
quite the crew
Yes,
over there.
Yes, he does.
Little munchkins. So cute.
I don't think they're paying attention, though. It's
They're
12-12, kids. Oh. Xavier keeps attacking there and eventually finds the room. But again, they got the important point.
They did.
It's 12-12. Radowick, I think the only one in this draw that hits a drop serve.
Seth sometimes does.
Actually, he does some. Oh, that one just wide. 13-12 now, and this has got to be their 4th or 5th look at closing out this match.
At least.
So the last couple of times they've had a look at it, they've missed drives. Let's see if they choose to a different strategy. They do. There was that that shot of Shane's again. Very deceptive forehand, but they got so they hold off 1. Got a 2nd match point. 13-12 on the 2. Uncharacteristic, again, missed overhead there from Alec Timmerman. That's how that match ends. What a match, though, between those teams. 14-12,
Wow.
Moye and Radowick come out on top. And so they're going to move on. They're going to play Sam Khaled and Lucas Pereira, the pride of Brighton Pickleball. So that match will be coming up.
And it looks like Trenton Faltinowski just secured their ticket to the next round as well.
Yep, so they're going to play the winner of Romano Walker and the Mag 6. That's one's going on right now. Moving through this draw at a nice, reasonable pace here. I love this tournament, but I did look at the 16 teams and thought we might be here till
We might be here a
pretty
little
late.
while.
But we're moving quickly so far. Romano and Walker took game 1, by the way, 12-10. Now up 1-0 in the second. And we have the 1 seed and the 9 seed are going now. Sheridan Fickle 3-5. So I think that's a pretty good start for them against
That
a
is
tough
great
team.
Start, yes. You will definitely hear some noise from them if they get some points. I
Especially
love
from
it.
Aiden. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm playing him. I'm familiar.
I'm also guilty of this in turn. I'm trying to tone it down. You just
Why,
sometimes
though?
you get so excited.
Why do you need to tone it down?
Well, it sometimes comes out in rec play too. But
Oh, okay.
I'm working on it. We're toning it down.
You know, I don't always. I'm sensitive to that too. I don't really like someone yelling in my face. I've never noticed it with you though.
That's good. That means I'm working on it.
Yeah. All right, we have Xavier and Ryan up here. Guys, congrats.
Thank you.
Heck of a match. As you just say, you've never come up here because you've never won. So welcome to the headset.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a tight. We were watching up here, and we were marveling at how calm everybody was seemingly staying during those last points. What was that like to be playing that kind of a match?
I think we kind of slowed down at the end there. We were getting a little nervous when they went up 10-8 maybe?
Yeah.
So it came back a little bit towards the end, just slowing it down. I know Shane hasn't played in a while, so we had to target him, obviously. Yeah, just able to pull it out towards the end.
Yeah. You took a couple of timeouts a couple of times. What did you talk about in the timeouts? Is it strategy, or is it more just like, hey, stay calm?
Well, the first game, I think there was a couple of close calls that went their way, unfortunately, so I had to take a timeout because that was getting in my head a little bit, so I didn't want to just rip the ball throughout the rest of the game, so Ryan made a good timeout so I could relax.
Are you the calming force in the duo? Is that?
It's usually the opposite. Yeah.
It's usually the opposite. Okay. All right. Good deal. So, how much of you guys are from the same kind of part of the state? Have you guys played together quite a bit?
Yeah, for the past year and a half, we've been playing pretty much every tournament together out in Lansing.
So what works as the partnership? What are the things that keep you guys going?
Ryan's always in a good mood, just no matter what. Even if we're down 10-0, he's always just chipper and trying to get me into it. I get down on myself a lot, but Ryan's kind of the backbone of the team.
All right.
Yin and the yang.
Mm-hmm.
So what's usually your message for him once he starts needing to be pulled up a little bit? What do you usually say to him?
I feel like we're just like, we got this. Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Just calm him. You're the greatest.
Oh, he was even calm giving that answer.
I was like, whoa.
Gosh, I feel very calm
feel
now.
calm
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. All right. I need you around more.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, congratulations on the victory. Welcome to the winner circle in the headset. Hopefully we'll see you up here again.
Yeah, we'll be back up
Congrats,
here soon.
guys.
Thank you.
He said, let's not win again. They didn't like the interview, so tried to ask easy questions.
Listen, it's my first time up here too, so I get it.
We all just figure it out together.
Exactly.
Yeah. So after an initial kind of back and forth start, the 1 seed is now pulled ahead at 10-4. Timeout taken by Sherridge and Fickle. See if they can figure something out here. Romano and Walker off to a fast start in game 2 after a tight one in the first. And we have our next winners up here for their second appearance now. Jaren and Sam again, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So I feel like we ask like, well, hey, what worked? But it's just pickleball. You just hit the ball better, right? Like you hit better shots. Was there anything specific else that worked, or was that pretty much it?
That was pretty much it. Yeah, if you can get the ball over the net more than they can, it usually works out well. So at the beginning of both of those games, I did not do that very good at all. So luckily, Sam has some strong shoulders. Love playing against him, or with him, I should say, and against him too. One of my favorite people to play against and with. So have a good partner on my side, so all is good.
I didn't want to ask this question until you get further in the draw. Now that we're getting closer to the end, if you do win, any thought? I mean, you were going to buy something Christmas related, I think, last time if you won.
I bought some gnomes.
You did.
With Downey,
Now we're into a different part of the year. So what is it now?
Snow tires or some new tires. Definitely a very practical
I'm
thing.
right there with you. Snow tires.
A little more practical than the gnomes, but yeah, you let yourself live a little bit. Now you buy something you need. That makes sense, right? It's good money management. Sam, any thoughts on?
No. I didn't think about anything.
You didn't think about anything.
I'm just here to play some pickleball. Have
I
love it.
That's a good strategy. Okay, Jenna. Anything you want to know from these two guys?
Yeah, what's maybe one shot you're working on, not in a tournament setting, of course, but like in rec play, what's one shot you're both working on?
I'm trying to copy Jaren's backhand.
The Tootsie Roll.
Oh, aren't we all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to get that going.
Oh, yeah,
Love
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Jaren?
For me, I'm experimenting with a lot of angles right now. So mainly on drops, dinks, just a little bit more offense, especially on more of a transition zone ball. So creating some more angles versus kind of neutralizing, take more pressure or put more pressure on, I guess. So.
Love it.
But I'm not doing too good right now. But it's,
it's
a work in progress.
He's definitely finding some great angles already today. So
Now,
it's translating.
When you started playing pickleball, did you just immediately have that backhand roll, or did
That's
you
the
have to
only
work
good
on-
shot I had.
See, I knew it. I knew.
Yeah.
I don't know if you. I'm like, I don't know if I can cultivate it. I was like, I bet he just started doing it.
I did. It was probably a 4.0, and then it's about a 4.8 level now. So, and then the rest is just athletic ability. So that's all there is.
Yeah, some of it's just genetics
It
that we
is.
don't have. So yeah. So you guys have both played above 5-0, played in some pro draws. Any plans to do that this year, or any tournament plans for the two of you?
Together, or I mean,
Separately.
I would. Really just whatever comes up. I don't have anything written in stone right now. So it's early in the winter, so I don't exactly have the summer schedule out. But Beer City for sure is a one that
I'll be there too.
make
for
a
sure.
priority. But anything Midwest, I'll probably try to play a lot more.
They're getting a lot of good competition at local tournaments.
For sure. Yeah.
So local money balls, stuff like this.
Exactly.
These are my favorite kind of things to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
So-
Earth Day has prize money this year.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Anything with prize money that'll get.
It might get me out in 30-degree weather.
Yeah.
I played 2
gonna
years
be
ago.
the
It
year.
was like 28 degrees and snowy.
Oh my God.
And we played till 10 o'clock at night. I thought
The Earth was just trying to tell you
was.
that you need to support the cause. 'cause
It is.
shouldn't
Yeah.
be-
It's going to be the, I'm speaking it into life right now.
I like
It's going to be the year that we have good weather.
love it.
Coming to life right
I
now.
hope so.
All right, guys. Well, we'll let you go. Get ready for the next
Appreciate
match.
it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Good
guys.
luck. We want you to be safe, so we want you to get your snow tires. We know you live out near the lake. So,
Yes.
All right. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Congrats, guys.
Yeah. So 1 seed, Mogul and Cullen really have started controlling things now, up 6-0. But I think if you're Sherridge and Fickle, just to get to play this kind of match, right, there's a lot you can take from this as you move forward in your pickleball journey.
For sure. I know, especially Seth is an instructor. Aiden is always a student of the game and learning. So I know that they are both going to come back from this. And all right, what did they do? What did they just to see this type of level of play?
Well, it's hard on that kind of a shot.
Oh
my goodness,
those
the angle.
angles, right? Like Jaren was saying, I mean, that's a shot to be developed, is getting those angles and keeping it in.
And if you don't, you just don't see a lot of people who hit that shot too, who can hit it. And so I'm sure that's not what Aiden expected to be coming his way. So 8-0 again. This is a whale of a 1 seed.
Tough.
This is a duo that could get into some pro draws and win some matches. Yeah.
You just can't make you can't make mistakes in this one.
And now I'm sure they feel like they have to go for things a little bit
Right,
more. That's probably not a shot Seth tries, maybe in a different situation,
Yeah.
or tries to hit it the same way. Again, that
Yeah.
when you play a team this good, you try to hit every shot a little better. You have to keep everything a little bit lower. You have to try to hit lines more, and it can lead to some errors. Well, that one just deep.
Yes.
And they're going to try to see if they can avoid the pickle here. 0-10 on the 1.
Oh, man.
And then when you get the net help as well, that doesn't help things. On the 2 now is Aiden Fickle to serve to Casey Cullen. That is a tough combo right there. Another really good wide dink from Casey, and Connor Mogul there to clean it up. And they're going to go for the pickle now at 10-0-1. And they get it. So initially very well played by the 9 seed. I don't think they have anything to be ashamed of. Won a good match the first time. They will now go into the points draw, and the 1 seed, Mogul and Cullen, will move on. Again, I'm looking to see if anybody can give them a challenge here tonight, a good test. That is a really, really good team. And they will face the winner of Moye Radowick and Khaled and Pereira. That's coming up. This is Nick Romano, Chris Walker against Ben and Bailey Magsig. Romano and Walker won the first 12-10 in a very tightly played game. Now looking to close this out in game 2. Good hands there from... Actually, I should figure out which one is Ben and which one is Bailey.
I have that with some people where it's like you know each name, but then when you have them together, you have just no idea.
Yeah. Didn't ask that when they were up here. Which one of you is which one? They pick up one there, so it's 6-7 now. See if they can try to force a game 3. Oh,
great
what a
hands.
reset, yeah. That point looks to be over. Chris Walker holds it off, and we dink some more.
Oof.
Wow.
He was ready for it in the middle.
And it's 7-7.
Their first match was a tight one, too, at 12-10.
Yes.
Just neck and neck the whole time.
Yep. Very evenly matched couple teams here. And obviously a couple of teams that play together quite a bit, too. What? I don't know how Nick Romano got that one back. Oh, those last couple of points. There were so many points that seemed like they could have been the ender.
And then
they keep going.
Scraped out of it.
8-7. Magsig's now up after being down. It was at least 7-4 not too long ago. Now they're up 9-7 and on their way to forcing a third game. We have our next winners up in the booth once again. Connor Mogul, Casey Cullen. Guys, welcome back.
Welcome back, guys.
Thank you.
It's good to be back.
Once we get closer to the end, I start asking, what you're going to do with the prize money. In other times,
no.
Not yet.
No. He's like, I don't want to jinx it.
we've talked hot tubs.
That's right.
And then last time it was just something more basic. It was like a car payment or something like that. What do we think now?
Oh gosh, man, we have too many matches for that right now. This draw is a big draw, and everyone's really good. So, yeah, I mean, we'll figure it out once we get there. But yeah, I haven't really thought about it, to be honest.
All right. So coming out, the next one, it's going to be one of these two teams, Xavier and Ryan, or Sam and Lucas. Have either of you guys played against either of those teams much?
I've never played them in a tournament. I've practiced with Sam and Lucas, and they're tough. They're solid. You mean when Sam's on, he's one of the scariest players in the draw, I think. So, you mean everyone's good. That matchup score wasn't really indicative of how close it was. Testy, tough team. That team's going to be scary for anyone in the draws in the future.
And we were asking the last team, I know both of you guys have played at a very high level. Connor, for you first, any plans on upcoming pro tournaments, anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I got to get through. Right now is like kind of my busier time for work, so I got to get through that. And then, I mean, I got to get fit to play singles. I'm not in nowhere near single shape right now. So once we get there, then maybe we'll play some tournaments. But probably won't be till like March. At this point, so
Casey, anything coming up on your end, tournament-wise?
Yeah, Sunday. Sunday I'm playing a minor league pickleball event in Colorado, so kind of trying to tune up and get ready to rumble.
All right. All right, guys. Well, appreciate it. Congrats on the win against a tough team, and hopefully we'll see you up here again, but best of luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
He just said, sorry, it's sweaty now. It's actually not.
In other weeks, we've sanitized them, but I feel like for the guys, we've just been like, whatever.
Yeah, it's good.
Way less sweaty than in the summer. It's when it's 10 degrees out. 9-9. This continues to be just not only on the scoreboard, but the individual points. There are not a lot of fast points here. They're all getting up to the kitchen line. A lot of dinking, a lot of mental warfare. It's been a really fun match to watch from that end.
Which, to be honest, it does surprise me a little bit because I did play Chris at an event out in the other side of the state, and he was just hammering the ball. Granted, it was working for him, so why not just keep hammering? But I didn't see a lot of slow play from him. So
I think you got the two guys on the other side have really good hands. So I'm guessing he tested that, and he didn't go as well, and they're figuring out that the soft games. I mean, everybody on this court, the hands and the resets have been incredible, and then there you go. Congratulations once again, where you said, he hasn't sped it up a ton, and then he hits a winner.
There it is.
Yeah. Welcome to the booth. First night. This doesn't usually happen. A little beginner's luck, maybe, but yeah. So they will move on now. Romano and Walker, they will play Trent and Faltinowski in the semis, getting closer. Our last quarterfinal match has started now. Lucas Pereira, Sam College out of the Brighton Pickleball Club. Xavier Moye, Ryan Radowick, both from the Lansing area. Ryan's from Langsberg. I don't want to short Langsberg by rolling it in with Lansing. Langsberg.
I gotta be honest, I don't even know where that is.
It's a little north of Lansing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. .2-0 start for Sam and Lucas. So they've been keeping this draw going very quickly. I haven't had a chance to ask you about some of the things going on in the Lakeshore. Pickleball community has grown quite a bit.
It has.
So they built a big facility out at the airport, right? Tulip City Airport.
There's 10 courts out there, yeah.
And any plans for anything further, or?
They would love, I think the ultimate goal is to have like 30. I know it'll probably take several years for that to happen. But I know they want some that are championship style courts or handicap accessible type courts. Some of them they'd love for it to be covered. Just don't know quite if that's going to be a community thing, a fundraising type thing, or I think it is going to be a community fundraising type thing, but so it will take a while.
So I know then you also have, right now in the winter, there's Sports Quest in Zealand.
Yep.
Is there any talk of more indoor facilities?
There is, and Holland Township is working on one, the old Yonkers building in the Holland Mall. That's going to be converted into like a multi-purpose facility, but they are doing dedicated pickleball courts in there. So we have 6 pickleball courts with dedicated pickleball court surface coming.
We see that a lot of places now. Malls are turning into pickleball facilities.
Yep.
And as somebody who grew up there and went to that mall a lot, that's going to be a mind trip to play pickleball in that place.
I'm playing pickleball in Yonkers.
I sat in the waiting area and waited for my mom a lot in Yonkers.
Yeah.
So
that's a great.
I'm going to make her sit there and watch me play pickleball.
There's going to be a walking track up there.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
so
awesome.
She can go for a little walk.
That's cool, though. Pickleball, continues to spread. I know when I went down the Lakeshore, there was a whole bunch of people playing in Douglas, and I jumped in one time.
Yep. And I know MSA Lakeshore I'm pretty sure that they're going to expand as well, but I don't know if they're going to put pickleball lines down. But they're expanding their basketball, so potentially maybe some more room for there as well. And then I actually, it's odd. I will sometimes get like business developers calling me to just talk about what it would look like to bring a dedicated pickleball facility over here. Most recent was like a golf simulation type thing combined with pickleball potentially. Another one that was over in the old Dutch Village Mall, the place with the orange roofs.
Yeah.
That was a couple years ago. Nothing ever happened with that. So every once in a while you get kind of business investors who want to pick your brain about, I know somebody's going to do it.
That's why I asked, because I figured it's coming. We keep getting
gonna do it.
Indoor facilities up here, and we haven't saturated it out yet. They all get used. And on that note, All In Pickleball Gym, we're here in Byron Center. There's a new facility at Cedar Rock, which if you haven't been there, have you played there yet?
I haven't played there yet.
It's really great, and I really like the setup there. And there's even like one of the courts is behind a giant wall, so you kind of get like a private court
heard about
feel.
The private room.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. So check that out. They've got open plays going there, ladder leagues started, and obviously a lot of that going on here at Byron Center as well. So Casey and Connor mentioned that this 5 seed can be dangerous. You're seeing why so far in this first game of the quarterfinals here. They are athletic. They play a lot of pickleball, I know that, but they're also fitness guys, and you can see that in the way they move. they both are too athletic on that point.
Athletic on that one.
They
at least it looks cool.
Yeah. They'll have to discuss that one on the drive back to Brighton.
We can watch that on the replay later. I'm sure we will. Oh, we got 2 coming up here.
Hello again.
Back up here, Nick and Chris. Talk to them momentarily. All right, gentlemen, congratulations.
Hey, thank you so much.
Pretty tight match there with a lot of very evenly played points, too. So what was kind of the mental process of staying in some of those tight points and in a tight match as well?
It is a battle for sure. A lot of back and forth, a lot of runs, but that's what pickleball is. And Nick and I just tried to keep our energy up the whole time, and so that was just kind of our strategy, high energy.
That's right. We've been talking to the partnerships about kind of how the personalities fit together. Is they're more? I think we've asked you about you and Connor before. You're both kind of more calm. What kind of energy does Chris bring?
Oh, Chris has got the fire out there, so we both kind of we like to get rowdy when we play together. So that's kind of our motto tonight. We're gonna heat the crowd up, get the boys going, and yeah, we like energy. So
yeah, so does he bring?
He fires it up. He likes a rowdy game, so it's fun.
Chris, remind me again what your athletic background is. You played some other sports before pickleball, obviously.
Yeah, I was a soccer player to start my athletic career, and then switched over to tennis in high school. And then post college life, I got into a game called paddle tennis out in Venice Beach, and that was a good transition over to pickleball.
All right. So always fire in all those sports, soccer player, fired up, that kind of thing? Or does pickleball bring it out of you?
No, I honestly think it was maybe playing out in Venice Beach. Like you're playing out on the boardwalk there, and it's loud, and there's a lot of big personalities, and you can't get, if you don't bring the energy, you'll definitely get drowned out there. So I think that environment really helped hone that in.
All right, Nick, I want to know, you put your favorite shot as the drop. Like, are you talking about the third shot drop, or like?
Yeah, third shot drop. I feel like that's my signature, just to get us into the net. Chris has a great third rip, so we balance each other out well. If we need a quick point, Chris will switch over, drive the ball, but I like to drop and get in and play the game. Yep.
Any particular angle you like to go to? Do you like cross court?
I usually go cross. Yep, that's usually the pattern.
He's a master out there. He'll move it all over. Let him cook. Yes,
Yes, chef.
Yes, chef. So you got Trent Faltanowski next What's the strategy against those guys? What's the scouting report on those guys going in?
They're a solid team. Both,
yeah, they're tough.
Both great guys. So I expect a solid match, just kind of like it's probably similar to the match before, and we just got to come out and we got to bring the heat.
We got a game plan, though. We got a secret weapon coming. We'll see if it works out, but
all right.
Yep.
If you guys make it back up here, then we'll have to
hopefully,
ask you
yeah.
When we make it back?
When, I like it. I like it.
All right.
Speaking in the life.
Stay fired up, guys.
That's
Appreciate
right.
it.
Thanks,
Congrats.
guys.
Yep.
Hey, thanks so
Congrats,
much.
guys.
So 10-2, Pereira and Khaled. They have a, what would you call this point, Jenna?
This is a test.
It is.
Game.
This
game
is
point.
a game point. You've got it. Way to be adaptable.
Oh, my goodness.
It'll get more natural. Do you find that when you give beginner lessons, scoring is the hardest part for people who come in? And I keep saying, I always say to them, it'll get more, I promise this will make, like you play a little bit, it'll just roll off your tongue in a few weeks. They're like, we don't get it. It'll be like that for you. What I'm telling you is that it'll be like that for you, and what is a game point and what is a match point, and then what is a championship point. Yeah.
That's fair. We're teaching a lovely couple pickleball right now, and they had that recently. Like, why is it the start on a 2? What?
Right. Yeah.
We promise it makes sense as you go.
Wait, I just served from the right. Why am I over here now? And what? Yeah, the scoring trips people up a lot when they start. Yeah.
Yes, but it makes so much sense once you start it. I personally don't understand tennis scoring, like with all the different steps, and I'm like. I come at it from the perspective of just like pickleball, you count to 11. Like, how is that?
That is the funny thing when people come over from tennis and they're like, "This scoring doesn't make any sense."
Yeah,
And I'm
like we're literally, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 after that.
Yeah.
Right, and tennis is like love.
Count by 15s. You count by 15s, and then all of a sudden, then we'll count by 10s, and then there'll be an ad, and then yeah. And you figured that out. When I first started playing tennis, it didn't make any sense to me. I figured it out. Yeah.
You eventually do figure it out, but.
So anyway, yes, you're figuring out what game, match, championship.
Game point.
Game point done. 11-2. Pereira and Khaled. Wise words from Casey Cullen. He said these are a couple of dangerous guys right here. It's a dangerous team. 11-2. But Moye and Radowick, they're a tough team. So the winner of game 1, Captain Obvious, the winner of game 1 doesn't always win the match. So they have a chance to come back here and see if they can force a third game. And we're going to take a quick commercial. Come right back.
We are Selkirk. We are pickleball. Pickleball?
Yeah, pickleball.
All ages, family, friends, dinks, drives, Ernies, ATVs, and whatever this is. 10 years in and just getting started. Here and not going anywhere. We are you, and you are who we work for. Family-owned, USA-based, pickleball proud. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
Welcome to All In Pickleball Gym, the first dedicated indoor pickleball facility in Grand Rapids, featuring 5 full-sized indoor courts and 2 trainer courts that feature a professional outdoor pickleball surface. 16-foot full enclosed ball containment nets on every court will ensure that you will never have to yell "ball" again. Looking to level up your game? Join any one of our leagues, drill sessions, or training clinics scheduled throughout the week. Industry lighting, online booking, key code access, custom training courts, and players lounge are just a few of the amazing things about All In Pickleball Gym. Come check out our facility in Byron Center, Michigan at 400 76th Street, Byron Center, or visit our website at allinpickleballgym.com.
And we are back with center court.
Game 2.
Game 2.
See if Moye and Radowick can make this a more competitive second game. But on the other side, the 5 seed, they are playing extremely well right now. They're not making a lot of errors, being aggressive when they need to be aggressive, and just playing some really good pickleball.
Alan, what are your thoughts about the drop serve?
For some reason, I have a hard time doing it. There's people, I guess if it works for you. I don't know that I have a strong opinion on one thing versus the other. Do you teach one versus the other, or do you just want them to get it in the box?
Yeah, we do try to force them to do a non-drop serve. Just because I think that coordination is really good. But if you are struggling to get it over the net, then fine.
I'm amazed that people like Ryan can really generate a lot of power off of it. I feel like I can only generate power off of the more traditional serve.
My kind of thing is if I don't see the pros doing it, there's got to be a reason for that, right?
Yes,
You know?
that is a good point. Are there any pros that hit a majority drop serve? I can't think of one.
I can't think of one that does a drop serve.
Yeah.
Have you seen it in a pro match before?
Only in like I'm gonna switch it up and maybe try something a little bit like different or silly, like
I could see like Zane doing it.
in a very like it's very, very rare.
Sure.
I can't say I've never seen it, but it's very rare.
Sure.
I will say this. Ryan has one of the best that I've seen. If you're going to hit one, it's got to look like that.
Yeah. I played a guy from the Lakeshore who had a decent drop serve too. He could go righty and lefty, and put a lot of spin on his drop serve. So that could be another purpose as well. If you can get a lot of spin on it, then and it works.
I would imagine at like the sub 4-5 level, I could see reasons to do that more because people might have more difficulty with the spin at this high of a level, and at the pro level,
yeah,
I can't see them
It being
tripping
an
their return because of that.
I think in general with the drop serve, my issue with it is like I think Ryan's an exception, right? Because he can really hammer that ball.
Yeah.
But my issue with it in general is that it's a little bit loftier of a serve, and you can tee off your return on it, right?
Yep.
And then you have a harder third. But sometimes it's okay to like a lob serves.
Yeah, I will say this. I've been watching him hit the serve all night. I've not noticed it being a very attackable serve. People aren't like ripping returns back at him any differently, I don't think, than if he hit a different kind of serve. So I think he's, if you're going to hit one, it's got to be like his. So this is first time seeing Lucas play, and he's an impressive player.
He is, as we were just talking about serves, he just did what seemed like a purposeful
short serve.
Short serve.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Ryan was way back on the return. He probably, to be able to see that, but then also just hit it. But he's, really athletic, moves around the court very easily.
He plays big right side as well, which speaking as a right side player, I'd like that. I'd like helping out from the right.
He's come way over a couple of times. Obviously, we saw the one where they ran into each other, but there's been some other times where he's, That comes from, obviously, athleticism and reach, but just good anticipation and understanding of where your partner is, too. Now, I imagine you don't teach your players to poach much or switch it, or do you?
We have started this. We have a power class that we do, and we also have a road to 4-0 class that we do. We've started kind of talking about these things and implementing these things in those classes.
I like that.
So we're kind of talking about like beast mode and just kind of where you're crashing. Ooh, just overcooked that one. Where you're crashing your partners, like a shake and bake, right? That's one of my favorite things to do as well. Just so if we can, it's hard to demonstrate that because it's almost like you need. Ooh.
Oh, a little high. And
hopefully that just clipped the bill on his hat.
They laughed it off.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just talking about some of these things, right, where when our drops are starting to be good and consistent, or if we're having good drives, where you can start looking at shaking and baking or following your drive in for beast mode or crashing the net.
Yep. So a good skill. I find that too. It's funny when I teach and you jump in a game at that level. Sometimes I'll hit a drop and I'm like, oh, my partner's still standing back here with me, or you know, we're just kind of hanging out back here, huh? Yeah. You realize that those things aren't, you know, they aren't always second nature, and those are things we had to learn.
Yes.
But you take it for granted a little bit until you play in one of those games, and I'm like, oh, yeah. They don't know court positioning yet.
Right.
But I think that's cool that you guys incorporate that and have a power class, because you hear so many, you know, traditionally when you're coming up in pickleball, you're almost kind of taught power is a bad thing. And I think it's cool that you guys lean into that in the teaching, because I do think in order to get road to 4-0 and above, you gotta be able to have some offense.
For sure. And at the same time, when we are teaching offense or when you're working on drives, obviously you're working on the opposite side too, because you need people there to block it, right? So you're working on both things, and you're working on the anticipation of those speed ups at the kitchen and the drives that are coming at you super hard. And we always tell our students too, we don't want you to be the player who's hammering it at people in rec play just to win a game. Or just like, if you are hitting at Aunt Gertrude or Uncle Henry and they can't handle the ball that you're driving at them, then please don't continue, right? Don't be that guy or gal that just wants to do that to win a game.
And if you want to get better, that's only going to work for so long.
So we just tell them, you know what, work on your third shot drops in that case. Just, it doesn't matter. You're not handing out medals in rec play.
We're going out on. Wait, they're not? We're going on court 2 now. Trenton Faltinowski up early, 5-3. Already had some really good points there. Sam just had a great pickup on a ball that looked like it was going to be behind him. Such a good athlete that he was able to kind of hit a twisting ball back, and they're now up 6-3. It's funny because I've just seen that. I'm sure you've seen that pickleball pyramid of skills that keeps getting posted. And, you know, right? Have you seen it?
I don't think I've seen that one.
And, you know.
I thought you were talking metaphorically.
No, but it was actually posted in some groups. And I think you play to your strengths. People kind of like to speak in absolutes a lot about you never do this, you always do this, you know. And I think you just kind of, there's a lot of different ways to do it. For me, I think when you watch this level of play, the biggest skill to me is that they all have variety.
Right.
Exactly. There's not just one thing that they're all good at. They can all do a little bit of everything. Obviously, their sliders are some tend more towards power, some tend more towards consistency and drops and soft game, but they all can do a little bit of all of it.
For sure, yeah. We say too, everything is circumstantial, right? Like, you can't say always never in most cases, with the exception of serve and stay and return and run.
Right.
That you should do every time. But beyond that, you know, we get people who are like, well, this instructor said to always drop it here or always drop it there. We're like, well, maybe, but what about this scenario? You know, we want to challenge that.
Yeah, that's why I like what you said earlier about hitting short returns, because it's been a pickleball pillar that you always return deep. So I don't mind at least having the conversation and thinking about, well, do you always do that or not?
Right.
Yeah.
Challenge the norm. Be willing to grow and learn new things. There was a time when two-handed backhands were like not a thing in pickleball.
Yeah.
Now look at, right? We have most of these guys gripping their paddles with a two-handed. Yeah, I think all of them are on championship court.
That has to be the shot that most, at least amateurs and a handful of pros are most trying to develop. I hear so many people saying, like, I'm trying to work on my two.
I would love to do a class on a two-handed backhand, actually. Just like being able to teach people.
I've seen a lot of people in here drilling that. I think Seth has been working on it with some players I've seen in here from time to time. And yeah, it's a weapon, especially people who can counter with it. That's quite the skill.
Indeed.
Little run there from Romano and Walker on that possession. They took over at 3-6, got a couple of things done, but Trenton Faltinowski now serving at 6-5. It's the 2 and the 3 in the semifinals, so a spot in the finals on the line. And they look pretty dialed in. We talk about this in other weeks. Tori and I have talked about how just what a nice guy Jaron is.
Yeah.
But then you can see it when he sort of gets this look in his eye. There's kind of a moment where he's like, okay, I'm taking this seriously now.
Almost like we were talking about earlier, poking the bear, right?
Yeah. So you said that with beast mode. So are you like actively teaching people like when is it time to like flip the switch and get aggressive? Is that what that is?
I'm a little bit, right, looking for those opportunities on what's a drivable ball? What does that look like? And
They're all drivable.
Maybe. Not going to
kidding.
tell you no. If it works for you. But what's a drivable ball? And then where to drive it specifically, and you know how to just fly in there, and then being willing to say, you know what, I'm getting caught a lot. I'm getting balls blocked at my feet, and then you also have to be willing to say, you know what, these guys or gals are good blockers, so I'm gonna quit it. I need to be willing to change my game to do what they're not comfortable with.
Yep.
So trying to get them to think about all that stuff, at least give them the nuggets, right? Even if they're not good at it now, give them the little nuggets that they can tuck away and pull back when they are ready to pull them out, you know?
You know what else stands out about this level of play for me too is like we were talking earlier, it's, you know, there are a couple of those points in that one match where it's a good time for a lob. Yep. And it leads to that. A couple of points where it was a 10-11, 12-13, and they're sitting in a dink battle, and they're hitting good low shots. They're not trying speed-ups. They're not getting nervous and making unforced errors. The mental lock-in that these players have at this level, I think, is just as important as being able to hit the shots.
For sure.
And I don't know, like, that's not super trainable. I think you have to get out and get the reps, and you have to play through some of those nerves.
Yeah, I don't know if, was that an ATP?
Kind of, yeah. I'll call that an ATP.
Did he go
and
around or did he just go over?
And then another lob. Pulling everything out of the bag. So
match.
It was a good match. That scoreline, maybe not indicative of how well played it was, but 5 seed, Pereira and Khaled, they are playing super well. So I'm excited to see them play Mulgul and Cullen coming up here. So stick around for that. That's the other semifinal. It wasn't quite, no, actually, now that in that replay, it wasn't quite an ATP. He did go over it and then followed it up with a perfect lob right on the back line.
Well-placed ball to finish that off.
Tough combo right there, Lucas and Sam. So looking forward to see them against the 1 seed here coming up. So we'll have that next on Championship Court, Center Court. Then the other semi is already partway done. Trenton Faltinowski take game 1. We are getting closer to the finals. And we are, as we mentioned, we are at All In Pickleball Gym in Byron Center, but All In now has a second facility in Cedar Rock, called Cedar Rock. It's up near Rockford. Really great facility. Got fences and nets. When I played there, really enjoyed that. A lot of room on both sides of the courts. There we go. I only just realized that it's called Cedar Rock because it's between Cedar Springs and Rockford. Wow. Okay. We're both learning things. Yeah.
I love it. Oh, that's
all right.
amazing.
Next winners, Lucas and Sam, back up here. First of all, extremely well played. So congrats on that. No bathroom break this time around, I assume.
You had to bring it up, didn't you?
I did because they played so well.
You did.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Good.
Thank you, guys.
That was the key. So you guys have Casey and Connor next, the 1 seed. They've been rolling tonight. Have either of you played them much, and what's kind of the book on them?
Yeah, so Connor, we play occasionally. I would say probably once a week, sometimes less, but and Casey too. So familiar with both of them.
Yep. I'm not too familiar, but I play with them sometimes. Yeah.
We were talking about the one point. I think you came way over and you ran into each other.
Yeah, we both wanted it.
What happened there? And will you talk about that on the drive back to Brighton?
When me and Sam see a pop up, we both want it. So I was jumping in front. He didn't let me have it.
Well, I didn't
he
see.
Didn't let me have it.
Nope.
He goes.
I didn't see it coming. That's like he came in like a ninja. So it was tough.
We were talking about how much court he covers, and we were like maybe too much at that point.
Yeah,
but
that was not good running. That's my fault.
All right, Sam, you have on here, you have an inside-out forehand dunk as your favorite? Or was it supposed to be dink?
Dink, yeah.
Okay, all right,
So,
all right.
Yeah.
Forehand, inside
I wondered about the same thing. I thought maybe it was like an overhead or something that I didn't know about, like a dunk.
Some kind of a new shot that we don't even know about anymore.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
maybe.
it's just the inside-out dink.
Okay. Got it. What else? What else did we put down here? Oh, you director at Brighton Pickleball Club. We already covered that, but so I'll give you a chance to talk more about that. Do you guys run tournaments out of there? Are there training sessions? Do you have like drop-in open play? What's kind of the setup?
So we have open play in the morning and the evenings. We do have members, but you don't have to be a member to come to the court and play. It's all skill based. So we're very welcoming. One thing that we always hear is that whenever somebody comes in, they have the biggest smile on their face once they leave. So we're doing something right. And plus, something that we're really proud of is the courts. Like they're Acrotech PPA courts. The ball don't skid. And then in addition to that, the team that we have around, the coaches, Lucas, everybody else, Mike, Fadi, they all are really good. So it's a great team.
Love that.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Your opponents are already warming up, so we don't want to keep you too long.
Yep.
Get down there. Looking forward to the next match.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Yeah, super well played by those two. Very impressed. And we'll see if they can keep it going. Casey and Connor, obviously a very tough team. And Trenton Faltinowski, another very tough team, up 5-1 so far in this one. Against the Romano and Walker team that's been very tough tonight. So,
what are you talking about in between those matches, in between your games, excuse me, right? In between those games, if you are the winning team, right, are you kind of just like more of the same? Or, are you picking out what you need to do different?
I think you always stick with what was working. But you also, if I win the first game, I understand that my opponents probably aren't going to do the same thing, right? Because they did. That's a beautiful
That was a wicked shot. Wow.
That one we'll probably clip that for social media. So
great shot.
Really good shot. But he wants those snow tires. He's tired of sliding all over. But yeah, I say, we keep doing what's working, but also understand that your opponent will probably try to switch something, right? If they lost the first game, it's unlikely they're just going to do the exact same thing again. So you got to be ready for a different approach from your opponent. But to not get complacent, I think that's the thing for me is like, I won the first game. It's easy to take your foot off the gas or get a little bit lax. So to stay locked in and just kind of, when you're up on a team, just finish it out. It's even hard to finish matches when you're up, 9, 10. It's hard to get those last couple points sometimes. And so I think that's the biggest thing is finishing most of the time.
Right. And I think sometimes when you get a pretty decent win, you do get sometimes a little lax. So it's a huge mental component that you've got to help rein in. We were just talking about the mental game, tough net roller there.
Yep.
The mental game of pickleball. And there's some really cool books. The Inner Game of Tennis, actually, I've read, and it talks about talking yourself up, and I've even thought about writing words on my arm to,
Yep.
you know, like, you are good enough, you are,
Yeah.
you know, all that stuff to
Let the ball go out. Like that. Yeah. Don't hit that. Yeah.
when Alan's speeding up at the kitchen, let it go.
I think you're pretty good at that now. You usually read me pretty good now.
I do.
But yes, mental side of it, huge.
And then actually, one of my first mixed doubles partners, Brian Borsma, he might be watching. He kind of got me into the Enneagram. Are you familiar with Enneagram?
I am, yeah.
What are you?
I am a 9.
Same. Same.
You're also a Libra, right?
Yes.
We're Libra 9s.
Oh.
Yep.
So anyway, he got me started into figuring that out and figuring out the kind of connection of where you go and
Yeah.
that kind of thing. So.
Nice. I do think that matters for a lot of things, not just pickleball, but you know, other frustrations in life or other times where it's applicable.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But definitely in pickleball tests it for sure.
Right.
But I remember when I first started playing tournaments, I was like, why can't I play in a tournament the way I play in rec? I would get scared to pull the trigger on certain things. I didn't trust myself, you know, especially at that time. You're starting out at like 3-0, 3-5. You don't trust your shots.
Yes.
And you don't have a great plan B. You just have the thing that you think you're good at, which is at that point probably hitting it hard for a lot of people. But that's still a challenge, you know?
Yes.
Is being consistent and playing in tournaments the same way you do in rec. And playing through when the ball hits the net cord and
still goes in.
Still goes in, yeah. But yeah, I think it's and you obviously, you know, high-level athletes, especially tennis players, because it's such a mental game. They all have sports psychologists. They're all always talking to themselves in their box and all of that, and you know.
How long till we have pickleball psychologists?
Oh, I would.
Do you think they exist already?
They have to. Yeah.
Great finisher.
Really well played, especially in that second game. Trenton Faltinowski really kind of took it to him in game 2. Everything was working. Did a little bit of all of it. And those guys are on to the finals. So they're going to await the winner of this next match, which they are conferring with the ref on center court. We're going to get that going. Going to talk to Sam and Jaron as they come up here. They're going to have a nice little break here as well, which that's another thing I think some of these teams do a really good job of, is not letting the breaks affect them, or if they don't play in the first round. You know, all the courts are in use, so they don't get a ton of warm-up time, and they always seem still dialed in.
Right.
And so they don't let those kinds of things affect them.
More of the mental game. I think that is, I mean, granted, your body does kind of get cold a little bit, but it is partially a mental game going into something and being like, I'm ready to go. I need to be ready to go.
So I think it's mental, but I think the mental gets easier if you've drilled and you've worked on the shots and you have so much muscle memory that you just trust that I'm going to be able to do this.
Yes.
And so it's the confidence in their game. So we're going now on center court. As much as I'm sure you guys love mine and Jenna's faces, there's we should watch this match. I think a good start, very important here for Sam and Lucas.
Yes. You were talking earlier about which team is going to give them a run for their money.
It might be this one.
So smiling about that one.
Lucas had a really subtle kind of inside-out shot at Casey's backhand. I think keeping Casey honest, huge. So to not be afraid to go there.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's the highest rated duper in this draw. He plays the most pro tournaments. And I think right there saying, like, hey, we're not afraid to go at you.
I did see a little bit of a stare down by Lucas.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
And Casey kind of laughed it off, right? I would say stare down's good. Maybe don't, as we said earlier, poke the bear though.
Right, it's dangerous. Can be.
1-0-1, so it's a good start. Important for the 5 seed. That's a good start so far. What a couple of resets there. Wow. and a little yeah from Casey. I think he's fired up.
He is. I love a team that can just mess up and laugh about it. Yeah. That warms my heart.
Again, I think also like confidence in your shots that like that's not going to happen again. Big piece of that. And becoming very frequent guests up here, Jaron and Sam. I assume that you guys really like winning, and maybe you also like us, that you keep finding.
It's mainly just that. Yeah, we just want to come by and talk to you, keep talking to you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I noticed that at 10-1 that you guys said something to each other. I assume you said like we need to get this so that we can go see Jenna and Ellen.
That's exactly.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I was like as fast as we can go, and then I missed a drop shot, and then Sam missed one in the net, and they're like, "Shoot, we're gonna have to delay this."
It's like, please get me to those headsets as soon as possible. We're here to do interviews first and play pickleball second.
Yes,
so
exactly.
yeah. Anyway, super well played match,
Thank
guys.
you.
Especially game 2, you guys rolled. In a nice groove right now. Do you kind of feel it a little bit?
I'm feeling, better. Got into a really good mindset, at least for myself. There was a little bit of a disconnect between the mind and the body the first 2 games or matches. So
hard to notice. But
yeah, well, I for sure noticed, but thank you.
Yeah.
So when you have a mind-body disconnect, it's funny, we were just talking about the same subject. Do you have a method or something that you go to get yourself back connected?
I usually tell myself, don't suck anymore, and it works.
Yeah.
So usually, sometimes not, but you know.
Sam, do you have a way?
I just keep telling myself that I want to go hit the ball because I'm here to hit the ball and play pickleball. So I just tell myself want the ball, and then kind of that helps me.
I like it.
You guys are so. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we were talking about how at this level everybody stays like so locked in, you know, especially in those high pressure moments.
Yeah.
Do you guys have anything that kind of keeps you grounded, keeps you locked in? Is it just that focus and that practice on focus, or what do you guys find in that regard?
Same thing. I just keep telling myself, "Go! You want the ball." I hope they hit it to me. Like
one ball at a time.
Just get the next ball and try to go get it.
Correct. Yeah, one shot at a time. Execute the first one before you think about the second one, because there's a couple that I missed that I had 3 thoughts going, and I did not commit to either of them. So I would say just execute one shot at a time. Go with your first thought is always best, and then usually the rest takes care of itself.
You guys both seem so calm. Is there ever a time that you get frustrated on the court? I don't know that I've seen you guys kind of get. You don't show it very often, but is it in there?
It's in here. Wait, there's a deep fire burning deep down.
Yeah. Today I haven't felt much though. Today's been a lot of fun.
It's been so much fun. Yeah. Sharing the court with Sam is always a blast. So
yeah.
Well, you got one more. It's going to be one of these 2 teams. We have been waiting for the 1 seed to kind of get challenged. We thought these guys might do it so far a little bit. Do you see this one being kind of a close back and forth match? Maybe Lucas and Sam can give them a run?
Yeah, I hope so. Regardless, I hope they tire each other out, whoever we see next. So
a little bit of a rest period here. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, well, we'll let you go watch this match, get rested up, and try to keep wanting to get up here to talk to us. So hopefully that carries you to the championship.
Oh, yeah. Great. Oh, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Congrats.
So I do think Pereira, I keep saying Pereira. I think it had an extra R on this sheet. Anyway, Pereira and Khaled, they have played well. But I think you see how tough the 1 seed is when you can do a lot of things correctly and still not win the points. But they're hanging in there, and they are I think they've at least made Casey and Connor have to flip a switch here.
Yep, I've been hearing a lot of noise down here, which, I mean, obviously I love because that means intensity. And I think that means that they're getting challenged a little bit, too.
Definitely.
Was
wow.
that in?
It was in. Right on the line. Wow, from that spot too, because he wasn't out on that line. He was. That's a tough ball. You're not trying to cover that spot from where he was.
Do we know what happened there?
I think he served before the score was called. or that the score was called incorrectly. We can, oh.
Does he have to turn it over? We are conferring.
Not sure. We're talking.
If anybody's got it under control, it's Ray though.
And Bob Trout is
Bob
now
Trout's
out here
down
as
there
well.
as
He
well.
is, yes,
And then there's another ref on the other side.
reserve. Another purposefully short serve.
Right, he was pretty far back there.
Casey said replay that again. Not going to win that challenge, though. Wow, that's a really good pickup off the net. I thought, yep, ball was wide. A little momentum here on the side of Perea. And
Nice.
Callan, there it is. Picked the right time
Nice.
this time. And Sam saw it coming
He
and
did.
stepped back.
He did.
Yep. It's 5-6.
What a serve. Wow.
And they are feeling it.
6-6.
6-6 and 5 points in a row. Oh. Little net cord love.
I think Lucas is saying, I don't know how many fingers he's got
Yeah.
up, but I'm pretty sure it's at least
He's keeping
3.
count, yeah. I like it, though. The intensity has definitely been dialed up here.
That was a great speed up, but just didn't keep it in on the put away.
I like that they keep trying to go behind Casey, though. Obviously, he's made him pay a couple of times, but
One of the things I
I'm-
appreciate about Casey in his game, just watching, he just takes his time getting up to the net. Just not a great drop. I'm gonna hit another one. Not a great drop. I'm gonna hit another one. Right. So I
And
love seeing that calmness.
And you know what? He's playing. This is the highest level of pickleball we have to offer in Michigan.
Yeah.
He never looks scattered, right? He's never running around everywhere. He never looks like he's on the run or in too much trouble. He's always, he said he's kind of in control. You know what I just realized too, that in most situations, I don't see Connor playing the right too often, and he's done a really good job over there tonight.
He
I
has.
think that needs to definitely be talked about, because he's done a really good job, and I don't think he does that a lot when he's not playing with Casey.
Yeah, he's one I would consider probably a left-sided player. True and true.
It's getting
Some
chirpy.
people are just born to be left-sided
Yes.
players.
Yes.
But yes, you are right. It is getting chirpy.
But I think Connor has the kind of all-around game where I don't think he has to be on one side or the other. That's the goal, right? To where you have the package of skills to do all of it.
I think, I'm just saying, I think sometimes people's personalities and stuff kind of match or
Yep. The crowd is dialed in on this one, too. I see a lot of smirks on their faces because they can tell this is getting chippy. And it's 8-8. Only going to get chippier as we get closer to 11. Yes, I know you do. This is where you thrive.
give me the intensity.
That's a tough time to miss the serve, though. You got the momentum. It's 8-8. You kind of got the one seed on their heels. I get that you want to go big, but that's a tough time to miss that.
Yeah.
Now you give them the ball back. Lucas calming Sam down there after that. The second lob he's tried.
Good return.
What a return.
Ooh.
That one just, yep. I did have a good look at it from up top here, and it did look out. Oh, that replay looked like that replay looked like it was right on the line.
I was gonna say I thought it was in from up here. Hard to make those calls though in the moment.
Nobody, neither ref overruled. I didn't see anybody check either with them though.
What a shot.
That's a great shot, yes. And again, that's the mental toughness of even hitting that shot at down 8-10. Casey also loves this, if you can't tell.
It seems like it. I'm getting that impression.
This is where he thrives, yep. That is really well played.
Great hands.
Yeah.
From the beginning, the serve was great, kind of kept him back a little bit and just kept the pressure on.
Oh, what a shot. This is very entertaining. All their returns they all look like they're going to go. Don't all of the returns look like they're going to go deep and they just drop? They just fall right onto the line. I don't know if that's as evident on the viewer angle as it is from up here. Every single one of those returns looks like it's going to float long. A big not today from Casey Cullen to end. But, hey, we wanted to see them challenged because we knew it was going to bring that out in them, and we got it.
We did, yes.
In game one.
We did.
Far be it from me to tell players better than me what to do. I would maybe ditch the lob.
I was thinking that same thing, honestly, because I think they were for sure 0-3, if not 0-4 for the lobs.
And they're playing out the points so well.
Yes.
They are not, they're playing a really good team. They're not losing the hands battles every time. They're winning some. In fact, I'd say they're winning a lot of them.
They are.
And, yeah, I think if they hang in there a little bit, they're playing just fine. But that has to be a really good confidence boost. And now they're shaking hands after that. So you love that when you can get super competitive and chippy, and it's not personal, and you just realize that, there's 4 competitive people on the court, and we're cool.
Honestly, maybe this is stereotyping, but I think dudes are better at that than the ladies.
That's possible, yeah. I do think that's possible.
I talk about this sometimes with the guys that I play pickleball with, and sometimes it's like, yeah, but we're dudes. It's fine. Like, nobody thinks anything of it.
Sometimes
I'm more like,
sometimes people think things of it.
Yes, this is true.
It depends on what gets said and who it is and all of that.
True.
But I think these guys also understand. I think also if anybody, not just guys, everybody who's grown up playing any kind of high-level competitive sport. Casey played college tennis. That's competitive. Some of these guys played high-level baseball. Connor did. Connor played baseball and tennis. You just realize that that's what comes with it. You have to train yourself to be ready for that. And so I think they understand, that's how this goes. And
he had what he wanted there.
And you want it. It's like, I want to play these guys because of this. And obviously you see it at the highest levels, the pros. Now I would say there are some antics at the pro level that I don't always love, but it happens at every level. It happens in every sport. I'm sure when we watch the NFL playoffs this weekend, there will be things like that. So it just comes with the territory.
It does.
That is that's a tough ball. I think Sam maybe thought that one was gonna go out. It stays in. 3-0. Cullen and Mogul off to a much faster start in game 2. So we were talking about the drop serve and the intentional short serve. What do you think about the intentional soft serve?
That one I didn't love because somebody like Casey can put a lot of spin and oomph into that ball, and I think that we saw that because they didn't even get close to the kitchen on that one. He can just really tee off on that return of serve and make it really hard for them on their third.
Sometimes I think, though, those players want the speed because they're used to tennis or baseball or whatever else coming out, and so they hit something back at you that's so much faster. Sometimes I think it's harder to generate the power if you're not given something to work with. Although in that case, that one may have been, that one was a little bit easier to tee off on. And Casey tried to do it back. Quick chat from Sam and Lucas. See if they can right the ship. I mean, I think
if Ray's going to count the 10. Oh, good. Okay.
I was going to say, I think.
I don't think he saw that Lucas wasn't right set up yet.
You come out in game 1, you give it all you got, you play super well, and you don't get it. Sometimes it's now maybe you experience a little bit of a letdown, and so I think they got to pick the intensity back up here. Great read. Casey's been hitting that backhand dink. He's been rolling that two-hander, and it's been kicking wide on that side. Sam was ready for it, took it out of the air, and hit a really great shot. One they really needed here to get the serve back. Oh, I missed the ATP. Big out call.
I think part of that is the mental game too. Like how much noise can I make? Ooh.
I think so, although I don't think that affects any of these guys too much.
No,
What
I
a
think
couple
right
of
because they
shots.
all at this point have enough practice with it. But I just think it's kind of like a let's go,
Yeah.
Amp up thing.
So I think it's interesting. I think when we're all up at the kitchen line. Lucas and Sam are dinking more at Casey. They're playing Casey more. And the strategy seems to be working.
It does.
I'm surprised by it.
I would agree with you.
But Connor is a very good dinker. And maybe it's just a way of, like I said earlier, keeping Casey honest. Oh. Up to his forehand. Usually not a good result. He yells 5-hole as he hits it.
Good try. I will say one thing about Sam and Lucas is they are doing a great job of just moving the ball around. I think they're trying to create a lot of offense there, and it's great. Wow, what a shot.
That's a great shot, yes. But yeah, they are moving their dinks around well. Great couple of counters ending with a scorpion and a yell. Yep. We don't hit winners without some vocal noise here on this court. So 2-6 now. Big possession, I think, here. Got to get some points.
Great
That's
point.
a whale of a point, yeah. That
Wow.
very close to the back line.
That's another
And
one,
then
just
a
like
great
you were
shot,
saying
yeah.
earlier. If you look like they're going to fly out and they just suddenly drop. Wow.
Wow, and some big momentum. 3 really quick points there from Perea and Khalid. And we're at 5-6. And that one's in. Another one that just falls onto the back line. And it's 6-6. A lot more quiet in this second game, though.
It is a
It's
little
6. I
bit.
bet we pick it up here now with it being 6-6. Casey still to run away with it now. So
I wish people could like feel the energy.
it
in
is,
here.
yes. It
It's
all of a
very
sudden got
intense.
very quiet. We've noticed this. Victoria and I have said this. When you get into the semis, it starts getting really quiet in here. I think also a lot of the other courts finish and everybody starts watching,
Yeah.
and we start talking quieter on the broadcast because there's so much less noise. That's a good shot there from Sam. Trying to hold again. Big rip from Casey ends the big run from Perea and Khalid, and it's 7-6 on the 2. Casey Cohen to serve.
Oh, could get.
Oh, what a couple of pickups there, especially that one.
I got to shout out my parents. They're watching. Hi, Mom and Dad.
Very supportive.
Yeah.
And at least your dad plays a little pickleball too, right?
He does. Yeah. He's looking forward to getting back to it. He's in Ann Arbor. They are both in Ann Arbor right now. He just had a second stem cell transplant. For a lot in the pickleball community know who he is and are praying for him. And
All right, well, speedy recovery, Pops, and we're looking forward to getting you back on the court. And Casey said it. He said, let's make a run. Let's run away with it. They got the serve back.
there they, yeah.
Rip off 4 straight points. Must be nice to be able to say something like that and then just do it, huh? Right. The match point was held off, so now it's 6-10. On the 2. I feel like they need a little energy here.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to figure out just in that moment what happened, and the energy kind of goes down a little bit.
Would you have taken the timeout there? I'm not a big timeouts guy, but at 10-6 with them scoring 4 in a row, I may have wanted to take one.
Yeah, I think when they were at 9, probably I would have.
Some people like to just play through it, though. I can
Yeah.
certainly get down with that. Really well played point there from Sam.
There's
right?
the noise.
There's the noise. But like you said, moved the dinks around really well, countered, puts the ball away, and they get it back. So a couple of match points saved.
Wow.
And that's a way to get off a 6.
That was, what a shot.
Oh, great hands there. Casey handles that speed up. Really big drive from Sam. Casey makes sure he knew that ball was out. Oh, what a shot from Lucas. He moved way off the court, tracked it down, reset it, and now it's 8-10 on the 2. 5 seed not going away.
2 hands, he says 2 hands. I relate with that.
10-8, this is a 5th look at a match point. And it's saved. More of that mental toughness we were talking about.
Indeed. Got to stay focused in this moment for both sides.
Oh, the no-looker.
Clipped him.
Yep. Speed up. What a match, though, right?
That was a great match.
Had a little bit of everything. We got an applause from the crowd. We had some chippiness. We had a lot of great shots. That was super entertaining. And, well, we wanted to see the 1 seed challenged, and they definitely got a big challenge there.
They definitely did. Yeah, they did a great job, like we talked about, moving their dinks around. And
What
wow, that was a no-looker,
yes.
too, even.
All right. Gonna go to a couple of commercials. We'll come back on the other side. The finals coming up, TPN Men's Night. Stay right here.
We are Selkirk. We are pickleball.
Pickleball?
Yeah, pickleball.
All ages, family, friends, dinks, drives, Ernie's, ATPs, and whatever this is. 10 years in and just getting started. Here and not going anywhere. We are you, and you are who we work for. Family-owned, USA-based, pickleball proud. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
Welcome to All In Pickleball Gym, the first dedicated indoor pickleball facility in Grand Rapids, featuring 5 full-sized indoor courts and 2 trainer courts that feature a professional outdoor pickleball surface. 16-foot full enclosed ball containment nets on every court will ensure that you will never have to yell "ball" again. Looking to level up your game? Join any one of our leagues, drill sessions, or training clinics scheduled throughout the week. Industry lighting, online booking, key code access, custom training courts, and players' lounge are just a few of the amazing things about All In Pickleball Gym. Come check out our facility in Byron Center, Michigan at 400 76th Street, Byron Center, or visit our website at allinpickleballgym.com.
Those were the All In Pickleball gyms at Cedar Rock and Byron Center, and we're talking about having one in Holland too, right? So
I didn't
that's
say
possible.
that earlier because I wasn't sure if it was
Public knowledge. We've been given the green light to disclose. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would love All In's commitment to growing pickleball in the area and how they structure their courts over here, and to have one in Holland and in my area would be just amazing. So.
You know, it's not to be taken for granted because indoor places do keep coming in. Places keep putting in pickleball courts. And there are many times where I look at them and I think, who made the decision to put them this way or put the surface down or whatever.
Right.
So it's not to be taken for granted that you have plenty of space on these courts, that they're a good surface, and they're enclosed. And so, yeah. I think that's what we love about these facilities. So having that in Holland will be very nice. And I appreciate you biting your tongue until we were told that we could. Classic Enneagram 9.
Keep the peace.
Yes.
So true.
We are getting ready for the finals here. We thought maybe Connor and Casey would just want to go play. They actually chose to come talk to us. I was ready to not do the interview, so they were, but we're waiting on them. So they're when they get up here, lot to ask them about from that last match. Would love to hear Casey's thoughts, especially on kind of the vibe out there.
Right, it was really intense. People at home kind of don't feel the energy in the place, but yeah.
They might have.
Well, yeah,
that one,
maybe
they
with all the chirping and stuff in here, and
but that was super fun.
They're coming behind us here.
Yeah.
We got to keep it the same, right?
Keep with what's been working. So Connor and Casey, congratulations. That was
Congrats, you guys.
You kind of mentioned it, that you thought that was going to be a tough team. It proved to be true. And it seemed like the intensity picked up quite a bit. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's really fired up to be here, and definitely was an intense match. I mean, we know both those guys, so we really wanted to beat them, and happy that we did.
Casey, you seem like you may thrive in that environment a little bit. You like a little talking, a little yelling, a little whatever.
Sorry, just house some pizza.
Yeah. Swallow your pizza first.
No, we're good.
Then,
We're good.
Kind of just talk about that. Does that kind of feed into your game? Do you enjoy that more?
100%. I'm here to battle. I'm here to win, competitors. So you want to get loud with me, I'm not going to let you win that energy battle. So bring it on. And I think they maybe played better that way, but and I probably played a little too fast and rushed some points. But we got through it, and Connor did a really good job of keeping it steady and slowing things down. So good job.
So I think it was like 6-6 over here, and you said, let's go on a run, let's close it out. And then you guys pretty much did it.
Yeah.
So, Connor, did you hear that? Did you even process that on the court and say, like, oh, yeah, I'm going to do what Casey says, and we're going to close this out right here? Or what kind of gave you the momentum those last few points?
Yeah, we definitely talked about just slowing the ball down a little bit and just, like, making them play a little bit more. I felt like they were winning a lot of points on just, like, one or two shots that were big balls. And once we slowed them down and made them hit some more shots, I think the game kind of spoke for itself.
Jenna?
I would just love to know from a strategy perspective, from when you were going in a match that's so tight at, I think the first one was 11-9, yeah?
Yeah.
And then coming into game 2, do you change anything? You say more of the same, or any adjustments that you make mid in between the games?
I think when they get that close, I think that gives them belief. So it's my biggest thing is try and take that belief away as soon as possible, lengthen the points, make it where they're just super frustrated, not able to get on the board early. And I think we did a really good job of that. I think we were up 5-0, and they got quieter because of it, and we gave them some life. Or I gave them too many speed ups and gave them life, I should say. So, yeah.
You're playing a team that's probably less on the kind of chippy, yelly side here coming up. So do you find some other way, obviously, to generate some momentum, or what's kind of the strategy against Sam and Jaron now?
I mean, for me, like, if I'm playing against someone, try to find reasons to just hate them and not like them. So we'll find some reasons, and that'll motivate us for sure.
Sounds good, guys. Well, we're looking forward to it. It's been a great night of pickleball. Good luck in the final.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good luck, guys.
Find some reasons to hate them.
I mean, like I talked about earlier, I said I need to put the blinders on, pretend like I don't know you, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing, except he's just saying, I know you, but right now, I hate you.
I was just watching a documentary about boxing.
Yes.
And one of the fighters was saying, you know what? I like this guy, but I have a hard time beating up somebody, punching somebody that I like. So leading up to the fight, I have to find reasons to go do that.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously,
That's got to be the toughest sport that I could think of.
To
get that mentality.
I think they stay in it, and I think obviously this is not fully a combat sport at all, but the mentality of competing is the same, I think, in some ways. So coming up, the finals, I think we're expecting a really great match. The 1 seed showed that they can be beaten, right? Or they can be pushed.
Yeah.
It's tough to do.
Right.
But I think the 5 seed maybe laid a little bit of a blueprint here for Trenton Faltinowski. And they play a little bit of a different style game. But I think, it'll be a good match.
They do. So it'll be interesting to see what each team takes, right? So like as Faltinowski and Trent were watching that game, what were they thinking that they could implement, and what were they thinking that they need to watch out for? And then, vice versa, as these guys play each other, what are the things that the other team needs to switch and say, okay, these guys play this way, and so we're going to adjust these types of things.
Yeah. In that last match, Casey and Connor, by this point, very established players. Sam has played in several of these, very established player. I think if he wasn't already, I think we can officially welcome Lucas to that tier of player as well. I'm very impressed with how he played tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Was Lucas the one who was like, I'm looking forward to growing my pickleball career? What was that?
That was not him. That was Max.
Ah, gotcha.
But yeah, Lucas, I do think is. I remember not in his questionnaire that he was somewhat newer to this, but he coaches in Brighton. While we have a minute, I'm gonna.
I love how much it seems like pickleball is expanding a lot on the other side of the state as well. With I know the Wolverine Pickleball has put a new facility out there, and the Brighton facility, and Lifetime's out there.
There's one in West Bloomfield.
Oh yeah.
Yep, that I think gets a lot of play at it.
It's really cool. And outdoor courts, too. I mean, we're seeing a huge increase in outdoor courts. I love that cities are starting to think about this thing. We're very fortunate in Holland Zeeland area to have our recreation departments, our municipalities, if you will, be pro pickleball. They've been lovely to work with. We have probably, I wish I could count, over 30 courts in our general vicinity, at least, probably more. That's just kind of off on a whim, but.
There are a lot. So you've been playing pickleball and involved in pickleball since when now? When did you first?
I started playing when I was, when my youngest went off to kindergarten, which was about 5 or 6 years ago, I guess you would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, I think in that area, the Moran Park was probably one of the first.
And that's pretty
and that was it, right? Yeah.
Right?
And now they're all over.
They're all over the place. Yeah, all over the place. I think Ryan, my business partner, Ryan, and I counted the other day, we figure we're close to 600 beginners that we've taught to play this game.
And it doesn't seem to be stopping, honestly.
We do 2 classes in the beginning of the summer and through the rec departments, and those just fill up like hotcakes because everybody wants to learn going into the summer. And so it's about 60 people right off the bat of beginning in the summer. And
when you played, did you just walk out there and play, or did you take a lesson or kind of learn from somebody who knew how to play?
My dad, so my uncle, they had a place in California, and he took pickleball back with him, and he put a court in his front yard. And nobody knew what they were doing, right?
Okay.
But my dad figured it out and started playing at facility in Holland, and then my youngest went off to kindergarten. I was like, hey, do you think they'd let me go play with you? And so after that, I was hooked.
But I think that now, like you said, you teach all these beginners, and we have a lot of beginner classes going on up here too. It would have been a lot different if, like, you and I had learned properly from the start, because I also just went out there and figured it out as I went along. I didn't know the strategy as much. So here we go, though. Four guys who definitely know the strategy. Starting off in the championship match, you saw the player bios and their dupers. 1-0 start for Cullen and Mogul. The 1 seed, definitely the favorites tonight, but were challenged in their semifinal match. That backhand cross-court dink of Casey has given a lot of teams problems tonight. That one, he got a little net help on, though. Actually, I think Sam is wearing the shirt of Bash Pickleball, which is the facility in, I think that's the West Bloomfield facility that I was talking about.
Sam does some teaching too, right?
I think so, yeah. Another kind of, I think, mall or strip mall pickleball facility. See a lot of those. Jaron picks that one up off the net that time, though. And he laughs it off. Like I said, this one not likely to be as chippy as the last one. Different vibe on the court.
Chippy? Is it chippy or chirpy?
I say chippy.
Chippy?
I think both are correct, though.
What a shot.
It can be chippy and chirpy.
It's true. I like it.
And yes, what a shot. That's that two-handed backhand roll again that he's just hit over and over again tonight. Backhand, patented Jaron backhand roll. I can't believe Casey got that back. And then he can't believe he swung at that one.
Or it was a little bit of an off speed. He's ahead of it, maybe. That was a great leave.
All right. 0-2-1. This is Sam Trent to serve. They've had a couple possessions here. Come up empty. I think they'd love to grab a couple points here. It's a very Jaron-ish point right there. Found the backhand flick speed up. It's funny, after we talked about the potential to hit purposefully short returns, I think everybody's just painting the back line on their returns now.
It is funny. I did after that was talked about online, I did notice that in the pro matches that I was watching.
So they were hitting short more?
Shortish, but very low.
Yes.
I don't know, I'm kind of more of the opinion if it's long and they fire it at me, like I don't really, it's fine because they're so far away. I have hopefully some reaction time to that. But
Yep.
So I'm still a hit it long kind of gal, but again, like we talked about, it's something to think about.
I think also you know, when you drill, when you warm up, when you hit drops and drives, a lot of the time you practice those things from the baseline.
Yeah.
It's hard to practice a sprinting up to a short ball forehand, right? Or a drive from there, or a drop from there even. So it's just a ball like a lot of people don't see as much. But I'm going to pay attention to that now when I watch pro matches. A couple of hands there. Wow. Good point. Jaron kind of chuckling it off. He went for the lob there. Not a lot of successful lobs tonight.
No, a couple, but I'm not convinced that this team is the team to do it against. I haven't seen them have them have a lob over their head, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And one that they can't handle.
Exactly. A good backhand help there.
Both Jaren and Sam really good on their backhand sides, especially in a countering situation.
You know what, I think that they actually put that on their sheets, that their backhands were favorite shots.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Sure enough, backhand down the line for Sam Trent, and backhand roll for Jaren. Either his signature Tootsie roll.
Yep. Although he, more than just the roll. He's gotten really good at disguising it, being able to put it in different places. It's not just that sort of like one angle anymore.
I've also seen him do a 2-E inside-out roll.
Yep.
That's pretty sweet.
I think that's, something that we noticed a lot more during last year's TPN season, too. So maybe something he added to the arsenal. Sam with a couple of 2-Es there, and then he did a good job of not overhitting those. Couple of points there from Cullen and Mogul. And Trent and Faltinowski take the serve back at 3-4. One of the few return errors I think we've seen tonight.
Looks like Jaren and Sam have gone to a
reverse stack.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's put Jaren on the right. 5-4-2. One left and goes deep. 6-4 now.
6-4-2.
You know, that point looks so funny because you realize how few third errors there are, third shot errors there. And just also how few serve and return errors there are.
Your broadcast jinx again.
Yes, I know.
Casey just hit one in the third shot in the net.
But you realize how many of these points kind of get played out. How often there's a fourth shot and a fifth shot involved, and beyond that, there's not a lot of errors coming in the first three shots. And that's not because they're just trying to keep the ball in, by the way. We see they're gunning for these returns and their serves. So definitely something to be noted if you're watching at home and trying to work your way up to this level. Really good counter there from counter mogul. Counter mogul. Call him that. This is new nickname. 6-6. Going on a little run here. And in a quieter final than the last semi was, but still very well played nonetheless. That one just wide. They asked, confirmed by Ray Zamora that it was out.
7-6-2.
There was a successful lob
Successful
there.
lob, yep. It's a good timeout, I think. Came back over at, I think, 4-6, and it's now 8-6. So Trenton Faltinowski going to take a minute to talk about it. So you mentioned Earth Day. It's going to be in April. Tournament in Holland. Anything?
It's in Grand Rapids, Belmont.
Oh, it's in Grand Rapids. That's right. We got moved. You guys also, you have a glow tournament
we do
coming up
in February. It's like glow in the dark, so under black lights, which is pretty fun. And
I've played in it a couple times.
Yep.
Had a good time. I'll say this: if you, some people are like, I don't want to play glow pickleball.
Yeah.
You end up playing more real pickleball than you think. Like I kind of went in thinking like this is going to be, we're just going to play silly pickleball. We're not going to be able to see, so we're just going to bang it out. I would say it was.
You can see a little bit more than you think, I think.
And you can play more real points than you think. Like I thought it would change the game a lot. It didn't. It didn't really.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good time though.
It's not going to its duper either, so just for fun.
Which is nice. Although I went into it, I was like, I'm really glad this isn't going in duper. And then I did well, and I was like, oh, can we put it in duper? I want my.
I'm only playing in the dark.
I want my glow points. Yeah. Apparently, I do better when I can't see the ball. I don't know what that says about me. But yeah, super fun event. So give that a look.
Wow. Ooh. And then, yeah, Earth Day this year, that's a Grand Rapids Pickleball Club / Revel in Sports tournament. Good get.
Wow. What a couple of shots. And 8-6 now. Cullen and Mogul going on one of their runs. Rattled off 4 in a row the last time they had the ball. And now had a hold with no damage done. That's a good hold for Trenton Faltinowski. Yes,
it is a great hold.
Needed that. Been stuck on 6 for a little bit. Good pressure there from Cullen and Mogul. Kind of kept Sam had to hit a tough shot from way back.
And that spin that Casey can put on his return of serve can get nasty on your third.
Yeah, you don't see Jaron miss a lot of those, and I do think that's due to the quality of the return coming back. Oh, that's a nice shot there at Connor's feet. It stays at 8-6-2. Despite the score on the screen, it is 8-6-2. And another good hold from Trenton Faltinowski. So they've gone back to how they started, which is Sam on the right, but they were having some success with that reverse stack. I almost wonder if you try to do it here with you being stuck on 6 for so long.
Right.
Oh,
Wow.
just deep. He said no so quickly off the
did.
paddle. Although, before that, how Connor fought off some of those shots from Jaron. Pretty impressive, but they're off 6.
And they are off 7 now, too.
Sometimes you just got to get one to fall. So 8-8 is game 1 of the men's doubles final, Thursday premiere night. $800 on the line. And a spot in the finals. I believe Connor is already in the finals. And so this would put Casey in. Ball's wide, so 9-8. What a pickup. But Jaren keeps firing.
Rockets.
Absolute rockets. I can't believe the first one came back, and he hit 2 more great shots to win that point out. And we're battling.
Oh, nice. Wow. The control.
Oh.
Wow.
Great rundown. Great rundown. Great communication, too, from the two partners.
Sure.
Sam said, hey, it's you.
Yeah. And the controls for not only Sam to run down that lob and dump it back in, but then for Jaren to just get up there with such control.
And just kind of flip it over the net.
Yep.
Oh.
Wow.
What a point. And after that battle, it's funny, you hear Casey say, how do you miss that shot? Which is not an easy shot, but these are the shots these guys expect to make. If you have a chance to put that ball back in play and reset it into the kitchen, he expects to make it. Sam kind of, I think, caught him by surprise there. Caught Casey by surprise, kind of a high ball. And we have a game point for Trent and Faltinowski after they were stuck at 6 for a while. One. Casey with a big yell. And they get it back. It's 9-10, Cullen and Mogul. They were up 9-6, were they not? I think they were.
I do think it is 10.
But they were up 9-6.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Oh, just out.
Yep.
Yes, I think you're right. They, Casey and Connor were up.
Ball just long, and it's 10-10. Timeout from Jaren. I think that's a good timeout too. Well, you can't carry it into the next game, right?
You
so
might as
as
well
we
use
established,
it.
you might as
Yeah.
well use it. This is All In Pickleball Gym in Byron Center. I have to say that now because there's 2 facilities. It is men's doubles of Thursday premiere night. We've gone down from 16 teams to 2. And there was some chaos in the bracket, but we've ended up with the 1 and 2 seeds. But it didn't go as planned to get to 1 and 2.
Yeah, a couple upsets, a couple that were pretty close, a couple three game matches.
Yeah. And remember in the first game, the first match at least, Trent and Faltinowski had some struggles with the 15 seed.
Yeah.
Bellinger and Zanders, they played really well. So, but they said that they kind of liked that they started off with a tough match.
Yeah.
It's 10-10, and they're still on the 1, correct?
I think so.
I think so, too.
This is shaping up to be a great point.
Yeah. Who's gonna switch it up? Who's gonna do something different? There it was.
Ooh. Jaren looked ready for that, but Mogul had a good speed up there.
Yep, pick the right time. And it's 11-10. which is a game point.
Oh, there it is. On a return of serve. Shoot.
What a great first game, though. This is how we want to finish out. This is how the finals should go. So we've got at least one more game, maybe 2 left to go. 1 seed again being pushed, having to come up with, you know, I thought there was at least a chance that they would just kind of mosey their way through the bracket. That has not happened. So
No, they have gotten challenges. The last match and this one.
We're going to go to a quick break. We'll come back on the other side, finish this out. It's men's doubles Thursday premiere night, and this is the championship, so stay right here.
Welcome to All In Pickleball Gym, the first dedicated indoor pickleball facility in Grand Rapids. Featuring 5 full-sized indoor courts and 2 trainer courts that feature a professional outdoor pickleball surface. 16-foot full enclosed ball containment nets on every court will ensure that you will never have to yell "ball" again. Looking to level up your game? Join any one of our leagues, drill sessions, or training clinics scheduled throughout the week. Industry lighting, online booking, key code access, custom training courts, and players' lounge are just a few of the amazing things about All In Pickleball Gym. Come check out our facility in Byron Center, Michigan at 400 76th Street, Byron Center, or visit our website at allinpickleballgym.com.
We are back with our championship game here.
Yep, game 2. Tight first game. Cullen and Mogul able to go on a run there at the end. They kind of did that in the semifinal match, too. They just kind of flipped it on at the end, closed out that match strong. Did the same in the first game, but Trenton Faltinowski off to a 1-0 start. So earlier, I wrongfully associated Connor with Selkirk. He's not playing with a Selkirk anymore.
Oh.
Got the Yola. Casey's the one with the Selkirk. Although I think they're both free agents. I also don't know what Crossroads Pickleball is on Connor's shirt, so I have to figure that out. Crossroads Pickleball is in Jackson, his hometown, so that's
Lansing area?
Yep. Little community of pickleball players in Jackson. There's a paddle company from there too. A couple of my friends were playing with for a minute.
Which one?
From Jackson. I don't remember the name of the. It was like a small thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Kinda.
Where we? Oh, I thought they were gonna do their reverse stack again. They aren't.
Oh, looks like they are.
Oh, yeah. We've talked about it in other weeks. I think Connor Mogul is a somewhat deceivingly good athlete. Like, he's always in the right places. And his dad was here when we told me that he played hockey his whole life. So the balance and kind of he always has his feet underneath him. And if you can be balanced and ready to go on ice, you tend to be pretty balanced on land also.
I would agree with that. I once played a. Is it still a goalie in hockey?
Yes,
okay.
It is still a goalie. Yep.
But they were when they were digging out the balls, their legs kind of came inward, like they were blocking.
Oh, like they just automatically
right?
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want the pickleball to go through my legs. Yeah.
He was great at it. And that one does sail a little long. We are at 4-1-1 here.
5-1 now. Cullen and Mogul kind of threatening to, I think, timeout. Yep.
I like that timeout.
Good time. I like that timeout, too. I was just going to say they were threatening to kind of run away with this, so I think the timeout is a good time to maybe try to slow that momentum.
Seems like some of the power shots, the drives were starting to work there for a minute, so a good reset is a great thing.
So 5-1. What's it been like for you to watch this level of play from up here?
I love it. I mean, you get a totally different angle up here. And I think one of the things that we miss at home is, you know, the placement of the shots. Yes, you can see it, but just to see it.
I think from here, you see the angles better. I think you see the trajectory of the ball, especially on some of those dinks and drops. I think you get a really good appreciation for how hard it is to handle some of those shots when you're up here.
And even things like the return of serves that we've commented about, some of them have just such intense spin on them, and all of a sudden they drop down. It's something that we can catch on up here.
That last drive, by the way, by Casey, I think probably easy to see at home and from up here. That's a good shot. So that's not one of those that you have to be up here to tell. Everything working right now for Cullen and Mogul. Are trying to close this out, win the $800, and send us all home.
You're not tired, are you?
I'm not tired. Went for the ATP. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Said it was dumb as he was hitting it.
Did he? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
I sometimes say that to myself. You dummy.
Yes. That's, if not worse for me sometimes. Dummy is
It's pretty low on the
yeah,
totem
I call
pole in
myself
terms
a lot of
insult.
things. Yeah. Only to me, though. The feeling that Trent and Felton now see they gotta make a run soon here.
They do.
Time is of the essence. Casey ran really wide there around his backhand. I thought maybe we were gonna get that forehand ATP from the left. It looked like he was setting up to at least try it. I want to see him hit it through the legs of the referee chair.
Do you think he does that on purpose to try to get him to speed up down the middle, and he's coming right back in?
I don't know. I always thought that maybe he did it just for kind of show to be able to hit the shot. But I could see that being the strategy. I don't want to speak for him though.
See, these are the things that I would love to know, right? Like the little itty bitty strategy tidbit pieces of. We were talking before broadcast of some of the pro players commenting about. Sometimes it's almost like they're not able to teach, but teach what they do because it just comes to them so naturally. But to, maybe pick out one or two things and you can say, why do you do that? Why is this way? And why is this that way? And really pick up on those little nuggets.
I think certain high-level athletes do some things so innately that they almost can't describe it or teach somebody how to do it.
Yeah. We just saw that forehand ATP from the left side there.
Yeah. Defended.
And defended. That was an incredible point. Speed ups, reset, ATPs defended.
A little bit of everything. And then Casey tried that no-look forehand that he won the last match off of. 2-8 on the 2 now. This is Jaron Faltinowski to serve, trying to claw away at this lead. That's one way to do it.
Was that in, he says. I love it.
3-8-2.
There are 2 quick ones. So 4-8. A very needed little bit of oxygen here for the 2 seed.
That's a good inside out.
And what a pickup, but then an even better put away.
Yep.
So 8-4, but they got a little something done there.
They did.
Put 2 points on the board. And Mogul and Cullen, though, 3 points away from a championship. Couple of big shots fought off there, but not quite enough from Trenton Faltinowski. And now 9-4, 2 points away from the championship. Another look at it now, 9-4 on the 2.
Another ATP defended.
Yep, and then a couple of backhand flicks, which they are being very true to their questionnaire answers.
Yep.
Oh, he got it. Still alive, but
wow.
oh. Had some great points tonight. It's another one. Not the possession Trenton Faltinowski wanted. No points, and 9-4 now, Cullen and Mogul. Serving for the championship still. Wow. How did that point not end with a 10th point? Sam Trent fighting off a whole bunch of big shots there, Jaron. Getting involved, and we're still at 9-4. 10-4 now, so we have a
championship point.
Championship point.
I am winning at
You
this.
got it. I knew you could do it. That would have been. I didn't want to end it in style. He says to Ray, so dumb. 4-10. Called long. I saw that as the correct call from here. Refs agreed. 5-10-1. It's not a bad look at that one for Sam.
No. We're at 5-10.
Yep, 5-10 on the 2. Oh, went for it. It was there.
Man, just overcooked it by a couple inches.
Did not miss by a whole lot. When he went for it and hit it that hard, I thought that is way out. He got a lot closer than expected.
Woo-wee.
That's one way to hold off a match point. Got to leave it all on the court at this point.
Right.
So, yeah, 10-5 is another look at a championship point.
Nice
Oh,
ball.
and there.
There's his backhand, right backhand up
Down
the
line. I don't think he's hit that up the line as much tonight. One of the
It's a
first
great
ones.
shot.
Great shot. And there is life. Although Casey snuffs one of those. And it's 5-10 on the 2.
Ooh.
Sam Trent comes in firing away. Casey yells harder. They win the point, and it's 6-10-2.
He said ow after that.
Oh, he did. Yeah,
He
I
did.
missed that.
I heard it.
Ball was called just wide.
You've got a better angle than I do.
Ooh, hard to tell from that.
Point. 7-10-2.
7-10 on the 2. 8-10 on the 2.
This is where some people would say, ball don't lie, right?
Ball don't lie, yes.
Statistics, though.
Statistics. Yep. My AP stats class from high school would tell me that's
not true.
Yeah.
I know.
Wow. That's pretty good pickleball
That's
right there, huh?
great
Yeah.
pickleball.
9-10.
That's yeah.
It was 4-10 at one point.
It was 4-10.
Oh. Connor was ready for that. Sam
That's
almost, as soon as he hit it, he was like, oh, I really shouldn't have put it there.
Yep. Oopsies.
10-9 on the
Oh, boy.
1.
Oh, he had it too.
He did. What
Ooh-wee.
a match.
What a match.
I mean, that could have been finished 10 minutes ago.
Yep.
And shout out to Sam Trent and Jaron Faltanowski for keeping it going. What a
For sure.
comeback.
That was a great comeback.
We talked about mental toughness a lot tonight. That was some real toughness and way to stay in that match. But then Cullen and Mogul pull it out. They played super well tonight, and when challenged, rose to the occasion.
It's been great to watch them and watch that level. I mean, one thing I noticed is just the level of their resets is just incredible. Being in the right spot at the right time and getting that ball back in a pretty safe location is it was just incredible.
And staying in it, you know,
Staying in
expecting every ball's coming back. And
We commented a few times we thought that point was done. We thought it was done. We thought it was done. And it just kept going.
and not just countering by whacking it back either, to be able to, like you said, reset it and change the pace of the points. Really, really great stuff. So do we have a final interview? We will have a final interview. Okay, so Jenna, first, great job tonight.
Thanks.
So try to kind of encapsulate the night. First time sitting up here and watching this level of play and seeing great players from all over the state. What'd you think of the entire thing?
Yeah, it was great. I loved it. I loved the intensity out here, just seeing matches from this level. And like I said, my favorite thing of the night was just seeing the ability to reset and how well that was. And I will say, too, the dinking and how much they're moving that around and not getting stuck in a specific location. You know, sometimes I think we get stuck in, you know, backhand to backhand or forehand to forehand, but they're just constantly moving the opponents around
And how much dinking actually happens, right? Now you keep hearing the game's going more to power because of the paddles, because of the players and the way the game is going. But as you saw tonight, still a lot of soft points, still a lot of cat and mouse, still a lot of dinking, still a lot of placement.
you got to be able to do both for sure.
Yep, absolutely. And then when somebody obviously powers it at you, you got to be able to handle it, which they all really did a great job of tonight. So you've played mixed and women's in TPN. Do you know if you're going to be in any of the ones upcoming?
Yes, Lisa and I just registered for the one on February 6th.
Okay,
so
women's,
we will be doing that one for women's. And I don't have anything scheduled
Beyond that, but
beyond
that's,
that,
yeah.
no.
So I'll look forward to commentating those matches and talking about your resets
Be
and all
nice.
your, I expect a forehand ATP from the left out of you now that you've seen how it's done. I would fully
I don't play
expect
left side.
Maybe you can reverse stack just so you can hit that shot. I would really love to call that if you could. For me, if
That's
you could do
also
it for
okay.
me.
I'll work on that in the next 2 weeks or whatever that is.
Oh yeah, that's plenty of time. If you drill that every day between now and then, yeah, no excuses.
So good.
So looking forward to that. And then again, if you are looking for some tournament opportunities, Jenna's got them. We got Glow and then Earth Day. So they're back.
Guys.
Last one. Okay, so we tried not to pre-jinx you before, or I tried. You guys didn't take the bait. But now that it's official, thoughts on what you'll do with the prize?
Oh, man. That's a good question. I heard there's like a new like mini golf, like indoor mini golf downtown. So
I just went.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of want to
recommend
go there with some friends, so maybe I'll treat my friends. That's what I'll do.
That's awesome. I love
Wow.
it.
Yeah,
You're a better person than I
treat
am.
the boys.
That's a lot of mini golf what you just won tonight. But
Is it? Yeah. Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Is Casey
it'll be
invited?
fun. He's always invited.
There
yeah.
we go. Come on.
Yeah, he might be crashing on my couch tonight if he doesn't find his car keys here.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, you gotta find your car keys.
Yeah.
Okay. all
I
right.
got them now. We're good.
Oh, you got. Okay.
They're
all
in
right.
the bottom of the bag. Yep.
Okay. Jenna,
And
question?
for you, what were you doing with your?
Probably have to buy new paddles. The way
Oh,
things
boy.
are going. Yeah. No, I don't know.
Good.
Haven't thought about it.
All right. One thing I was wondering about the forehand ATP on the left side.
Yeah.
Is there strategy behind it?
I just think it's easier.
Okay.
If you look at my return, it's very similar swing path of my favorite shot, my return. So to kind of add that, I would say I did it first, but Jack Sock kind of put it on the national level.
He copied you.
You
right?
were-
Correct.
you were
I
way
don't know if
ahead
he
of
knows
him.
who I am, but he added me on
Yeah.
Facebook one time, so
Yeah.
You can clip this
Not a
and
big
then
deal.
put it on there, tag him.
I will tell him for sure.
We have video evidence from this show.
I agree.
Maybe even 2 years ago that you put that shot down way
Thank you.
before he even tried it.
Thank
so
you.
we have
Appreciate it.
if you need evidence, we've got you. So do you guys think you'll keep playing together?
I think so. I think it was fun. He obviously has Nick Romano, so
Who?
yeah. Nick
No.
Kidd.
Yeah.
He's talking trash all day. Where was he? I thought he was in
Yeah.
the final. I didn't see him. Is he out there?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him. He's wherever your car keys are.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's good.
All right. Anyway, guys, can you kind of sum up the night? I mean, it was really good play, I think, all around. Just kind of talk about premiere night and being able to do this, just even with guys, 16 teams from the state of Michigan, and have this many great players here.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, every one of these is fun to be able to come out and compete. It's a good chance for us to like work on our games, and I mean, yeah, he's going to play like a really big tournament coming up, so it's a great opportunity to like do that and have a little bit less pressure and just like maybe try some different stuff, but also get a chance to really battle and just lock in and focus. So really good opportunity, and I feel like everyone, and Casey was saying it too, but I feel like everyone's level was like really high tonight and was raised. So
Yeah, Casey.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it's nice to see the sport. It's getting younger. It's getting quicker. I'm like, man, I'm the old guy here now. So it's nice to see a full draw, biggest draw they've had. Michigan pickleball. I'm huge on Michigan pickleball. So I'm just excited with the direction it's going. And yeah, I love living in Michigan. I love seeing everyone get better and battling out here. Hopefully, I can win for a little longer. But Jesus, that was hard tonight.
All right. Well, hopefully it prepped you for Colorado too. Good luck out there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Rep Michigan. Guys,
Yep.
great play. And if you want autographs, you can find them at Big Putt Mini Golf.
Yeah.
It's downtown, so
love it.
that's where
Yeah.
they'll be. All right.
Thank you.
So
Have a
good.
great rest of the
Congrats, you
night.
guys.
Congrats,
Yeah.
guys.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you to everybody for watching tonight. Jenna, thanks for filling in.
Thanks for having
Tori
me.
will be back eventually, but we'll have you back also.
Sounds
So
good.
have a great rest of the night. That is our live stream team, our refs, our scorekeepers. Can't do it without them, and our wonderful sponsors, Elders Helpers. And, of course, thanks for everybody watching on Selkirk TV. This is Alan and Jenna live from All In Pickleball Gym, and we'll see you next week.